And we are live! Hi everyone! Oh man, it feels so great to be in the courtroom again! Hi Pikachu! Welcome to the stream! Oh my gosh. The courtroom got updated because we have better graphics now. I hope you like the new overlay. Oh man, I'm just so happy to be back. I can see that, yeah. Oh man. And actually, I'm just surprised I didn't tighten the security around this place. I mean, it's the same level of sneaking in as last time, so... I thought for sure they were gonna heighten the security after all my break-ins, but... they haven't noticed me yet. Please don't let me jinx that, but... Alrighty. Seeing as the chat is not as empty as this courtroom, I have a feeling we can begin in earnest now. Look at this! I might be alone today. Honestly, there were times where I started completely alone, so any company is welcome. But my gosh, look at this. Alright. Game selection and museum. Well, let's begin. Whoa! Epic! Oh, I will try to be company to you. Ah, thank you. But look at this. This is such a glow up from last game. Well, today we're gonna start with a new trilogy. And that means we begin with Apollo Justice, Ace Attorney. This is so cool looking. I'm way too excited, I need to calm down. Oh my gosh. I've been wanting to play these games since they came out on the 3DS. So I haven't had a chance to now that the eShop's closed down, so this is my only chance to experience this game. Still have not played any of those games? Well, what a better way to experience them than with me. Ooh. Whoa. What? This looks cool. The poker game gone wrong. Showdown time. Hmm? You lose. Ah! Oh! Ah! Oh no. Hello? I seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please. Cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands. Should it come to that. Because of a poker game. I mean, if there's money on the line, then yeah. Oh my gosh. April 20th, 9:37 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. This is Apollo, then. Ah, good morning. Ooh, who are you? Good morning, sir. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No! I'm loose. I'm fine. Oh boy, we're playing as a rookie again, huh? I can see that, but don't gamble if you can't lose that money. Yeah, fair. It's for that reason I don't gamble at all. Even with gacha games, I don't put money in it because I know that I'm gonna put too much money in it. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? Of course, we're a rookie. Oh, we're screwed. I'm fine. I got up at 5 AM to do my Quartz of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Aww. He's so much more motivated than Phoenix was. Ah, that explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. You haven't played Genshin since 4.0. Yeah, I have also skipped a lot of the versions. No worries. He looks so calm. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Okay, so this is basically the Mia of this game. Drift's coming, sir! I am all over that drift! Oh, you're way too nervous, honey. Calm down. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. Okay. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, yes! I'm fine, sir! One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. Okay. Okay, boss. My name is Apollo Justice. Justice is your last name? I mean, we also played as a dude called Phoenix, right? So, if it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. Yeah, sure, honey. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course. And so do I. He's meant for the job, I see. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. Is that who I think it is? What? Whoa! Fancy hat. I'm just... Is this Phoenix? Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial, nervous. Meeting him, cardiac arrest. So this is what it looks like without the lawyer uniform, huh? I don't know, I never saw him... I never imagined him as a sweatshirt kind of guy. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help? Maybe something along the lines of, I will do my best today, sir. So, you're... Fine! I'm fine! Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I did remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Be more confident, Justice. Come on. Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney. And he's your friend, so why? You'll see. Uh-oh. I have a feeling this trial is not gonna be good. You can do it. Be confident. I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir! Oh my gosh. Okay. I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice! Oh my gosh. He really is talking like a superhero, but he's just a lawyer. April 20th, 10 AM. District Court. Courtroom number 2. Here we are! A very good start indeed. The court is now in session. Hi, Judge! I'm so happy to see you again! The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. And of course, Payne is here. Why did I say Wayne? It's Payne. The judge is still the same, and Prosecutor Payne also is still here. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Mind going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Oh, poor honey. He's more worried than Phoenix was. He's more nervous.
your name was Mr. Justice. And this is your first trial.
Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really. Stop saying that.
Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Mr. Gavin.
Yes, Your Honor.
I was under the impression that you will be heading up this case.
That was my intention, yes. However, the defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes.
Huh?
And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice.
Why? Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn, why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin.
Wait, what? I thought Phoenix was the best attorney in town. Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine, but does he have cords of steel? But you strained them in the morning!
Then let's begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom.
Hi, Wingin! Welcome to the stream! Hello, Phoenix! Just the perfect time when Phoenix came. How is everyone doing? I'm doing fine. We're defending Phoenix right today as Apollo Justice. Gavin looks like a villain from an anime. Nah. If he's our boss, so maybe he's like Mia in the sense, but it's kind of weird. If he's friends with Phoenix, why did he choose to let Justice offend him? I don't know.
This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
Long time no see? Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright. Piano player. What? Mr. Wright, how could this have happened?
I won't speak of it further then.
Aw, come on! I want to know, I've been out of the loop.
If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne.
To think, I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney. And now I'll see you leave in chains. Don't count on it, Payne. Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. The crime occurred at the Borscht Bowl Club, a Russian restaurant. You don't say. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack! Killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? And the defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems. But what happened, Phoenix?
Phoenix Wright, a pianist.
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. I mean, yeah. Love the voice acting. I'm doing my best with my impressions. I'm not a voice actor.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence.
Ooh, we have a court record. Good. Grape juice bottle used as the murder weapon bears the defendant Mr. Wright's print. Okay, that explains why he's a suspect. Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently. The court record, right. I've heard of that. Use E to look at the evidence so far. I'm confident in your ability to handle this. Right, just use E. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready. Even the attorney's badge is so upgraded. Grape juice looks more like a wine bottle, but wine is basically grape juice, yeah. I mean, if they... Don't glorify alcohol. The time of death was around 2 a.m. April 17th. Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. Sub-basement at the Borscht Bowl Club. Okay. And back is Z.
So, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow?
Wow, with a name like Shady, of course. He will be suspicious. We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
A traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant.
That too is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
If they had only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing.
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. At least not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. Okay.
Oh! They were playing poker. Duh, of course. It was mentioned in the opening.
As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second. Isn't poker gambling? That's a crime in and of itself.
Wait. I mean, yeah. At least if it isn't done in the casino. Next time I go to get a haircut, I'm considering asking for the paid. Bad made a brave choice. Oh my gosh, you have to send a picture of that. Illegal gambling, yeah. It wasn't done in the casino. It appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
Objection! It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet this was only that. A game. In the pure sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits. A silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome. Come again?
The cards on the table had blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women. Wow, this pain.
That will be our first order of business here then. To find out more about this fatal game of cards. Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held at the night of the crime.
Always to impress women. I don't know why that is on so many people's minds.
My pleasure.
This is it, my first trial. Here goes nothing. You can do it, Justice. I'm with you. I'm here with you. Surely we are not going to jail today. I hope. The competition.
I'm a pianist by trade, yet I can hardly play at all.
What?
My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table.
What?
The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy.
Why does this sound like something very illegal? Hi, Hunter! Welcome to the stream. People are slowly coming in.
A pianist who can't play piano.
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Oh!
Pain! My gosh, I don't know what you took, but you're making a lot of good disses today.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Pain roast. Right, Your Honor. My first cross-examination. Don't blow it!
Are you alright? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where? Apollo, please.
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
Oh, my brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What to do is to ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher course in cross-examination.
He may be very nervous, don't slip now.
I'm not gonna do it because I played a whole trilogy before this. Don't worry, Apollo, I will carry us both.
No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered.
It's nice that they gave you the option.
I think you better do more than think. You know it, or you do not.
Do or do not, there is no try. I'm fine! The Court of Steel are ready for battle! My weapons? Press and press it. Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it. Inconsistencies, lies. Phoenix Wright? As if Phoenix Wright would never lie, and it's up to me to prove it. I don't know what has happened to him, but I have a feeling he is gonna lie.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Oh, it feels so good to say that again. Oh my gosh, just the glow up is everything. I don't know, I don't think we need to explain that. Okay, press is Q, like normal. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional after all. Phoenix Wright got retired? Maybe. Ha! Do I take pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hardworking member of society like me to imagine.
Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
What?
I've played poker for 7 years in that little room.
7 years? What? I have no evidence for anything as I've never played this game, but I believe this is the Phoenix Wright evil twin. Phoenix wrong. There, corrected case wide up. Phoenix wrong. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think this is just a massive time skip. 7 years since the last trilogy. And I've never lost once. My gosh. What? You see why the customers come now.
Defeats the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is... I'm quite a draw.
Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time?
As I said, I'm a professional.
He is a really good gambler indeed.
What?
He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once? Is that even possible? In my experience, no, but...
The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction?
It has quite a history, actually.
The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gallery spot for black market types back in the day.
Gee, I never would have imagined.
Black market? All in the past. Things like the black markets are only on the silver screen nowadays.
Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table.
Right there in that room.
How rich must Phoenix be if he never lost once? I mean, if he played at the Borscht Bowl, I don't think he ever made money on playing poker. I think he just had a normal wage.
A smoky room, gambling hoods. You know, just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, a goon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it will be good for keeping a lookout, but little else. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. Okay. We play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards? 2 decks of cards. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards. Huh. Interesting.
There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lines scattered on the floor.
Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really. Incidentally, we used 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards was red, the other blue.
As I recall, in poker, you make 5 card hands. I can see how it will be easy to cheat.
Yes, a game of hands. What was that about? Oh, that was it?
This competition you're talking about. I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently.
That's
That's right. It was a simple game after all. Are you sure? Huh? People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime.
Now that's strange.
What's strange?
I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor.
Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. Ah! I completely let that one slip by!
Don't despair yet, Justice.
Sir?
Right, there's something I'd like made clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you.
Sure, why not? Very well, the defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press, and I've got myself a whole new testimony.
It's fun seeing someone else discover it for the first time. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Hold it! Silence! The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn it around in our favor, yes? Ugh, great. Like I didn't have enough to do already.
Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony?
Huh? Wait, something he said did ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it?
When you figure it out, I suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony.
A contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony, but why? Better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony.
Isn't it a little early to be jumped into conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow.
Phoenix still knows all the cards of the court. Aw, that is a nice quote.
If you need more information, don't forget to press.
Right, I got it. I'm fine.
I have to listen to that testimony again.
I know what to present. You did have your fingerprints on it. R is present. Objection! So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon? This grape juice bottle? Right? So I said.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Oh no, we played into his hands. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see. And it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. We fell right into the trap. Objection!
No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine.
I think he was just... he was a bit too enthusiastic there.
Excess yelling can damage the judge's ears. And our case.
Not to mention your throat, Apollo. What about my cords of steel? Dude, there's a time and place for everything. Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on the bottle in the restaurant?
Well, that's true. The prints did...
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if there were normal fingerprints. Huh? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Ah, okay.
Upside down. What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted. And there can be only one reason for that. If he actually handled it as a murder weapon. Yes. To brain someone with the bottle. To brain someone? Ah! I love how expressive Apollo is. But, Mr. Gavin, I think they just took a turn for the worse.
Oh? I see no problem, Justice.
Really? Huh?
The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see.
I'm off to make some food. Yeah, no problem.
Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder.
Seriously, Phoenix? For now.
Oh my gosh.
Not very cooperative, are you?
This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be some reason.
Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what would I be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that helps his case immensely.
Really?
Yes, well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone.
Near the scene?
Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we?
Okay.
The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. And this is the phone that made the call.
Okay,
That helps in our case. Used by the defendant to notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet, he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. And you claim he's being uncooperative?
he looks more oblivious to everything. Ugh.
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this. I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you, no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment that the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question! How indeed?
I have a feeling it will be a witness.
The answer is simple, Your Honor. Prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as I say you are.
So someone else was in the room the night of the crime. That must mean they witnessed the crime. Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice. Are you ready?
I am. If justice isn't ready, then I am in this place.
Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
Here we go. Hello. You seem very frightened. The witness will state her name and profession.
Oh, hold on. Just a moment. Where's the witness?
You don't see her, Your Honor? I surmise that she has been frightened by the defendant's demonic-looking... She was paid! Another disc. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people. Nothing wrong with anime hair.
Have no fear. If any hordes point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
You are sure?
I swear it on my gavel. Please come out.
Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you are sure it is okay.
I believe in Mia's ability to stay out of VTuber jail. Let's go. Thank you for believing in me.
But wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain this witness's, paraphernalia?
That's just a camera, Your Honor. Ah, yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be... My name is Olga Orly. I am employed as waitress in Bush Bowl Club restaurants. Then why the camera? Of course, it is my pride to serve Bush that is naming restaurants. But I also perform, how it is said, other service. I take it not one of those other services is taking the customer's pictures. Darda! Like, for example, this one.
Oh, no. They were together.
That's the defendant.
Indeed, on the night of the murder.
Man in white hat is one who has gone kaput. Indeed, that is the victim.
But that's not of the actual murder.
Order, order. This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps. It is same way I drop cold bowls of Bush on laps of customers. Casually. Then the court will casually accept this new evidence.
Okay. The defendant, Mr. Smith, at the Bush Bowl Club. Now, witness. Where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in the room. The hideout, we call it.
Excuse me? The hideout.
It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested.
Oh my god, the pawn.
It's room where murder took place.
What?
Your look of utter surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Dada. Photos will be numbered. You will write which ones you want copy of.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and Olga Orley, our witness. And if Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means that she did it? Okay.
Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events.
Alrighty. What does she have to say?
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold. Both players played with hats on. The victim, he plays whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done. But something terrible has happened. That man flew at victim and is strangling him to death.
Strangling? One sec. Death caused by a single blow to the forehead. Love this accent. Oh, I'm so scared I'm making, like, I'm offending anyone with that accent. I'm doing my best.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith.
Objection!
How do you know that? That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose. That's very earnest, Apollo, but for some reason, this game is making me want some borscht. I have never tried borscht in my life. Justice, maybe you could come up with a more legitimate objection? But he hasn't lost in 7 years! Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. Okay. These are the poker chips as they lay the very moment of the crime. That's the winning hand, so this one is the winner's pot. It's incredible, 10 out of 10 soup. Okay, then I will... if I see it on the menu somewhere, I will try it. Watch this everyday soup here, not a fan though. Okay. Wait a sec. Why is the bottle... The bottle is on this side of the table. Why is that? The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. I knew it. Why was it on the victim's side? Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
Chips, you say?
Duh! I mean, yes! Imagine that poker is war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
I think he means poker face.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table.
As well as the bottle? Why does no one notice that? Good save from thinking potato chips, Mr. Judge. Something's off about this picture.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
I know immediately what I must show. Immediately. He was not strangled to death.
Strangling him to death.
Present is E. I pressed W. This one.
Objection!
Bingo! That was easy.
Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd. Duh! Normal customers only choke on borscht.
No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head.
Ah!
Miss Orley, really now? Did you witness the crime?
Ah!
Whoa! That's amazing! Good save there, Orley.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. Dang skills indeed. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yet it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Okay. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This hat certainly was hit.
Nice sentence, Judge. Hat removed during the investigation. Someone put the hat on him. Yeah, but for some... Why, though? But handling that ball like that, I think Ollie's a pro bowler. She could be.
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim. His neck.
Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time.
Justice, I admire your enthusiasm. But perhaps you should think this through once more.
What do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one thing in her testimony that troubles me. Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination.
There's such a thing as thinking too much.
This horse is dead. Let's stop beating it.
There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. Does he read my mind? Okay, now that we have this... What is the significance of this? I think we need to present this for later. Both players played with hats on. With a locket on his neck. Looks like the Avatar arrow. It's blood. Don't think too much about it. Ah, ha 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 ha. That's the thing. He doesn't have a locket on in this picture. Bingo!
You know, there was one curious part in the testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about?
Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar.
No, I'm not. No, but look at this photograph.
Do you see a locket on the victim's neck?
Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this.
Aw, thanks, boss.
But what does it mean? If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, then the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor.
It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no?
Taken it off? Wait, you don't mean...
The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all. He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it?
Ah! What? She didn't see the murder, she saw like a fight?
Defendant, what do you have to say to this?
Come on, say something, Phoenix. I need your help here.
Say.
Yes?
I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Oh no. Oh? You mean this? Yes, it's a locket. With a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. He has a daughter? Come again?
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter!
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. Okay, congratulations to being a father, Phoenix, but I'm missing so many things here. A lot has happened, yeah. So Mr. Wright has a locket too. Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence? I'm not buying it either. Papa Wright indeed.
Well now, it's the results of this poker game led to the murder. Perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game.
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly. He didn't lose?
Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and defendant.
Okay, new statement. Let's see. Serious competition.
The game began with 3,500 points in chips for each man. Our chips come in two sizes, Small and large. The one who was winning, it was victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and... Indeed. Looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I done it in a fit of anger, your honor, and now I regret it. A common tale, but true.
Methinks the judge watches too many old court movies.
Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong.
So we need to prove that he won.
I need to learn more about this game. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used? No, not special. Usual game, usual rules. If each man began with 3,500 points, then the total would be... exactly 6. No, 7,000 points.
Nice save on the math, Judge. Please, this isn't calculus, it's not even long division. Why was Gavin silent? Okay.
Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used? Duh! Duh! Of course!
Something's fishy with these chips.
Should I press harder? Yes.
Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips?
Explain? What is there to be explained?
She's hiding something. Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip of the old block. Not a motorcycle cop. Not a...
Thanks. Now that I've pressed her, I'd better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even? Yet, as I've been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalists to understand.
Wow!
2 types of chip. 100 points chip and 1,000 points chip. It is not money, duh.
Justice.
Sir?
Don't you find her comments interesting?
In more ways than one, sir. I'd have it added to her testimony myself. Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony? Yes. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony.
I wish I knew where I was going with this.
Very well, witness, if you would be so kind. Da, your honor. One kind of chip is worth 100 points. Other kind is worth 1,000. 2 kinds in all.
Mr. Gavin said this testimony is important. To be honest, I have no idea why.
Mr. Justice, do the court a favor and think of what you want to say before raising your hand. We are not in kindergarten.
Sorry, I'm fine. I'd better think of something to ask. And quick.
The 2 types of chips. Duh? The small ones are 100 and the big ones 1,000.
Right? Right, of course. Ha! Don't waste our time.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Great. Mr. Gavin made me stop her and now I'm the one who looks dumb. Oh, Justice. Please try not to embarrass me like that.
Oh, me?
There's a clear contradiction in the information you have in your hands.
What?
It's a simple matter of calculation. Go on, try it. We're not in kindergarten after all.
Calculation. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ah, ha, ha, ha. But if that is the case... 4,100, 2,900. I think. Yeah, that's it. But if that is the case, well... Objection! Yes! Phoenix was winning!
You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure.
It seems that the attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won. If you're not in kindergarten.
I believe you're the one who's never went to kindergarten, Payne. Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which one worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh.
Oh, I thought so too. But then the totals don't add up.
The totals?
Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips. And the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points. Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see. 3 plus 1 carried the
What are you doing, Judge?
They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all of the chips.
Math is saving the day.
Poor Judge. If the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up,
how much is it?
do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? 10,600 points.
The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony. But why? How could this be?
Exactly, Justice. Now that you know the what, you must determine the why. Right, there's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. The starting points were wrong. Chip count was wrong. They were both right. Each man began the game with 3,500 points. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer. Well, what is it? The value of the chips was the other way around.
But what?
Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones.
Madness! Utter madness!
It isn't really, but eh. Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up. Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself.
Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing!
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still.
Ah, no. Phoenix was winning.
Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips 100. Let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. The victim, Mr. Smith, had 2,900 points, and Phoenix 4,100 points. Well now, it seems that Mr. Right was winning that night after all.
That's impossible!
My client has even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning.
Yeah!
Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime. Weren't you?
Phoenix never loses. I agree with that statement.
Apollo really bringing the pain.
Nice.
It appears our defendant has lost his motive, and Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened. We must now ask ourselves whether we can trust the testimony.
Oh boy.
Excuse me, what is it, Miss Orley? I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orley? What do we see?
in the last hand, there was cheat.
Oh no. A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam? They're all the same thing. Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are. Great, just great. First we have lying, now cheating. Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. Pretty interesting. Witness, will you please testify to the court? Tell us about this cheating in the final hand.
Okay.
The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument. The defendant's trick was exposed. He took bottle in his hand. Poor Mr. Smith.
Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
A full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make, in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin? What's a full house? Oh, poor Justice. Lawyers these days. You don't know your poker.
I can't say this bodes well for your career, for your case, or career.
What is this? Some kind of secret court poker ring? I mean, I haven't seen any evidence of that yet. At least, not yet. I should take a closer look around next time.
Justice, you know the terms one pair, two pair, and three of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind. Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair and 1 3 of a kind. That's a full house. That doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo.
Wow, they both have full houses.
4 aces, 3 kings, 3 sevens. Where's the cheating exactly? We forget. That's an easy way to make a full house. They go undefeated for 7 years. You cheat.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Does that mean the other guy cheated? There's nothing obvious about it. I see both legal hands. How was it clear?
Well, the defendant, he played a 5th ace.
A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. And Mr. Wright's 2.
That's not correct. Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony. Without Mr. Payne's joke. Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony. Please.
That's not correct at all.
Objection!
That was wrong. It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? But by name?
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice, perhaps you ought to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
Yes, please point out the contradiction in this photo. What particular point contradicts the witness's testimony?
This one. Present, please. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mrs. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces. Ah! Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. No. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant also had 2 aces in his hand. This is legal. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom. Is this why the game is called Ace Attorney? Maybe.
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Wait, please! It is true! I have seen it! The 5th ace! There was cheating! I swear to you! That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day. You rather trust your instincts, Mr. Gavin. Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead. Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What would that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps you might examine the actual cards.
The cards?
Mr. Payne. Ugh, yes. The players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request that the cards be shown to the court.
Very well. The prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
These cards don't prove cheating was going on. Nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? Victim's hand. It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well. Receive the evidence of the victim's hand.
Well, time's wasting. Get to it, Justice.
Yes, sir.
Whoa!
Oh my gosh! This is a return from, like, the DLC case from the first game.
You examine evidence. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all sides and angles.
Try using the arrows to turn it every which way, and B and M to zoom in and out.
That should give you a better perspective on the case.
Okay, let's do this. Arrows. Ah, ha 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 ha. There we go.
What?
One of the blue cards was in the red ones.
Your Honor, look at this! One of the victim's cards!
The back is a different color! Eh? Ah!
That's impossible!
Oh, hi, Opal Phoenix. Welcome to the stream. Ah! I forgot to read.
Whoops.
But yeah.
Oh, what was that, Miss Orley?
No! Yet! I merely said, I have...
Your Honor? Mr. Gavin, yes?
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat at poker?
To cheat?
I'll tell you. One merely needs a friend. A comrade, shall we say.
The dealer.
Ah!
Oh!
Wait, so you mean... this witness, Miss Orley? She's the cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Oh, that's why she was in the room. Not to, like, bring drinks or something, but to actually be the dealer.
Order, order!
Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake. Thank you for the rephrasing. Your Honor, please recall the testimony we just heard.
That's impossible! I put that card in Right's hand!
That was what I missed! Oh my gosh. Ergo, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith! Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly! Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. What?
Wait, you don't mean... the defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you?
Time for justice! There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. The defense accuses a witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, dessert is served, I guess.
Mr. Payne, where is your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice,
Your Honor.
It seems you presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means?
This court cannot pronounce the verdict for the defendants at this time.
Yay! What? I did it! I held out! Good job.
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
What? Ooh. Phoenix? Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What are you doing? What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous!
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent for the ridiculous.
Always has and always will. They changed his objection to the Ace Attorney 5 and 6 objections. That's neat. Ah, it wasn't in the original game. It was from the original trilogy. Interesting. That fits better with the trilogy aesthetic, I guess.
Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's grill up the facts about the game that fateful night.
What are you gonna say, dude? As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before! The 2 decks at the club have different color backs. Blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different color backs? If you use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You use different colors and they still get mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game.
I see, but that's odd. For some reason. I have this impression that you were using the blue cards.
Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating.
Yes, a card slipped into the deck. A card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet this card raised 2 serious questions. Apollo?
Yes?
Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think, in the last game,
when was the card swapped? When?
There are 3 broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder.
It wasn't before or during, because otherwise they would have noticed that the card was wrong. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped.
Oh? It might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be.
I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first.
When do you think the cards were swapped?
When was the card swapped into the deck? It was after.
Perhaps it happened after the murder?
But what's that? Ridiculous! What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly!
Objection!
Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible.
Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible.
Oh. Even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Ah, quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder.
Okay, this is going past silly and straight onto crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that?
Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another. Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card?
Who?
The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in a room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and a witness, Olga Orley.
Well, Phoenix left the room at some point.
Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue?
Why someone else?
They both don't have a reason. So, someone else? The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem to... like it could have been Olga Orley either. What are you suggesting? That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. That's the difference. I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card. And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious.
What is that laugh?
Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright. Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is.
I think a villain in the making! Yeah, especially with this line. It's not like he's...
I thought for a second he was like nostalgic about the court, but...
Fun? How about confusing? I have no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it?
Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction. A new direction? We'll find that, indeed, after the murder,
Someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. That someone made 2 critical mistakes. I'm sure you're going to tell us what the first was swapping the wrong color card. Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. Ah! That's a much better explanation of why Olga didn't do it. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in.
But there's one problem! According to our case record, this person doesn't exist!
True. Not until now, but you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime.
And you're saying this now? What?
Why are you saying this now, dude? I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do mistake trials. Ridiculous, Mr. Wright. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court.
Yeah, why? Felix being a little silly and causing a little chaos there. Yeah, of the trial of murder where he's the main suspect. I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Why?
Certainly, Your Honor. Very well, the trial will resume in 20 minutes.
He has a good reason. I don't see the reason yet. Sorry, I was taking a sip of water. Okay, 11:52 a.m. That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. To suddenly claim there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth? Well now, I think you would know the answer to that. What? Being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome. I see you haven't mellowed out one bit, Kristoff. Justice? Yes, sir? The judge has summoned me to his chambers, so carry on without me. Okay. You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Okay.
Aww, she's so cute! She looks like a magician.
I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. One more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? And no. What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. You did something, Phoenix? It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never, honest! But it is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker.
Eh?
You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win.
Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds.
Bluffing! Yeah. I think with those skills, he would be pretty good at poker. I think not. Hmm? Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She's scratching her head. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice?
No.
Come on, who'd notice that? Words, habits, twitches. It's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Wow, something he learned after the trilogy, I bet. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy! I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals! No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. She! Like I didn't guess that until that point. What? I knew it! I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. Power? I had no idea my Courts of Steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. He has superpowers? He really is a lawyer superhero. Let's save, shall we? Turnabout Trump. Oh no. Let's go back. Continue on to the next chapter. Yes. Obviously, it's the Courts of Steel. Objection! April 20th, 12:14 p.m. This records quote from number 2. Alright.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orly, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of events again.
That's the thing. You see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Sadly, fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify. Or prosecute. The defense would like to request that Miss Orly take the stand.
Very well. The witness will take the stand.
There she is again. Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession. Or perhaps you'd rather admit that you're a poor liar and a poor loser.
Yeah.
Not.
Name's Olga Orly. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quickfingers Orly. Oh, really? Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. And my last name sounds like, oh, really? There, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied.
Oh, really?
Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night. Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see? Let me remind you that you are currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences. Fine.
This is interesting.
Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy Smith hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress.
So you were in cahoots with the victim?
Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend. The unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand. And then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. You swapped the cards! Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have made a great double play. And just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast doubt on all his prior wins. A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan!
But it failed.
Oh, really, Orly? How droll.
But it appears you made quite a mistake.
A mistake?
I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet, what happened to that planted card? Hey, that's right!
He's lucky. I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly. Oh, really? The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shit. Cute? Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute. I'm bad. You hear me? Bad. When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
Okay. Back to the bone. I'm a bad guy. Duh.
That night, I planted a card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to.
Then Smith served him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed.
The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith. It was that no-good cheating defendant. A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark. The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect! If that rotten cheater hadn't messed it up. Look who's talking! Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? With the defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Yeah, but the planted card was gone. The card disappeared.
Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, simple. We searched every nook and cranny, even inside his cute little hat.
But the card was nowhere to be found, is this correct?
Never in my long storied career. Never has Quick Fingers Orderly been so readily duped. Oh, really? So, what did happen to that 5 of hearts? Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant?
So the 5 of hearts is still missing in action. She touches her head again. Wait, isn't that a little odd?
Well, what's odd?
You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat, which means he had no reason to strike the victim.
Well...
What was that? What was that just now? I said something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice.
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Should I press her a little harder? Yes! Miss Orley, you're hiding something!
What are you talking about? You... Me? Quick Fingers Orley? Hide something?
The defense will refrain from baseless accusations.
I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true?
Of course it's true. I did see it, honest.
You didn't.
I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss Orley. She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? What? What?
Whoa, what's going on?
The sensation. It's coming into focus.
There, that twitch is so clear.
It's like I could perceive her habit. Like I couldn't before.
Gotcha!
Oh, wow. Miss Orley, perhaps you are unaware of this yourself.
Unaware of what?
Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, you touch the back of your neck with your left hand.
My neck? So what?
What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort. Superhero vision and Course of Steel? He really is a superhero of the court. When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to that memory as she touches her neck. I'm sure of it.
A memory? Would someone care to explain what he's babbling about?
This is highly unusual, but let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us.
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So what would remind her of the moment of the crime? She was hit herself. Miss Orley, whenever you recall a crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. And what reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? It was Mr. Smith, the victim who was hit. Not you!
This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wise conjecture. The witness's habits? They're completely irrelevant.
Justice. I'll admit, I'm a bit confused myself.
1 second, I'll be right back.
Here, once again. My apologies. This is certainly a unique cross-examination. I'll explain later, just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yet, I am knowing
nothing. We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify. Please, now.
Fine. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there, huh? That's wrong. He went to go get the police. Bingo! Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendants. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made that phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely? Yikes. Come on, say us. The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant. It was the... Oh! I see! This is such an epic scene. My gosh. You ever just freak out so much a whole bunch of various foods come falling from the roof? Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! It's gone! The card's gone! You lose. Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right. And he hit me. You! Some master of cheating you turn out to be! When I came to, the victim was already dead.
The victim was already dead.
Is that it? That's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure. A reasonable explanation for lying, but meh.
Well, where does this leave us?
Madness! This is madness! I'm dreaming! It must have been me who was hit with the bottle and I'm imagining all of this!
It appears our prosecution is at its wits' end. And frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
What do you think, Gavin? Mr. Gavin, sir? I believe that, as the defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Orley a big fat liar.
What?
3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive. A motive. Her plot foiled. The witness got into an argument with the client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder.
What? I didn't. I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
Phoenix?
What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Right?
Such a hasty conclusion.
It's not like you, Christoph Gavin.
What are you saying?
Why not consider the other possibility?
That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder.
When Olga was passed out, I bet. And the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used.
A fourth person.
Ha! This theory again? Your fourth person doesn't exist!
Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape and no chance for deception.
What are you doing, Phoenix?
The perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided to us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less.
By the end of this case, there's going to be thousands of people in that room.
What?
Apollo, perhaps you know what I'm talking about.
Sorry. Remember what I said. The fourth person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards.
Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur?
The cards used for the last game were red.
Yet, there is one person here, in our court, who thought those cards were blue.
Yeah, I had that impression too, but why?
Well, Apollo, I think you can figure out who it was.
It's not me, I swear!
Who is this fourth person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this?
Let's hear what the defense has to say.
Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue?
He was waxing poetically about blue god.
What?
Boss is the killer?
What?
As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair.
What?
I was right?
Christoph Gavin, you were the fourth person that night.
He did have dinner with Phoenix! What?
But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards.
How would he?
As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. You can't tell which of the cards are blue, the ones on the floor or the table. But look! You can see the colors in this photo!
Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light.
I told you he looked like a villain from an anime. Yeah, nice foreshadowing, Yikachu.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. It was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome.
Well, Christoph?
Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
No, nothing. Excuse me if it's just so sudden.
Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you?
Oh, Christoph?
You know even I'd never take a joke this far.
This has gone beyond ridiculous! Beyond dumb! This is insanity! The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder?
I assure you, I'm quite sane.
But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim?
I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith either.
Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim have never even met!
Well, what if they have?
What?
Huh?
There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night, before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like to request that you testify to the court. The defense would like to request no such thing. Christoph, that is shady as hell. Mr. Gavin? Testimony was related to the case. How could anything happening before that game of poker be related? He's trying to escape.
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Miss Orley.
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
That's why Phoenix chose us! Oh my gosh!
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Thus the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony.
Yes! This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court. And to Justice, you will betray me, your teacher. I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
What are you gonna say, Phoenix? Appetite before murder. That evening, Christoph and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Then why did you sit by the piano, then? Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Christoph left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to the defense attorney Gavin. Well, he is a bad pianist.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Ball Club the night of the murder?
I dined with him rather frequently. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in the murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. You were planning on this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial. The only thing I want is the truth, as I did back then and now. I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well. The defense may cross-examine the witness.
Justice?
Sir?
He's lying. Are you going to expose him? Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Oh, poor Apollo. Okay. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin. Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot, as usual. Usual. I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the places such on the table were from your dinner?
Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Christoph. We dined for 2 hours, then Christoph left. After that. 5 minutes. So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time. That would have been a fateful encounter, to be sure.
Oh, Mr. Wright, what was it you said? Christoph Gavin and Shady Smith may have met.
I believe I did say that.
I was all nervous about this meeting. And now we hear they just passed in the hall?
Well, that does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright! What are you hiding this time? About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Mr. Wright's pocket beforehand. And then deal 5 aces during one of the games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out as search right. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut. You swap the card. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces. But that didn't happen. Yes, a harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it.
A quirk?
I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found the card.
The card she planted?
Yes, I took a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle.
An empty bottle of grape juice?
The murder weapon? One sec. Let me see. But the bottle was empty. This bottle is completely empty. This doesn't make sense. It's not in there. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see. Magic trick.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
Card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look. Yeah, I saw it already. It's not there.
Mr. Wright, the pokerhead of courtroom number 3, approves of this battle of wits.
Every person I have watched play this trial checks that immediately. I mean, it's obvious, right? I discovered the trap during the game and disposed of the card in the bottle. Well, the bottle is empty. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No.
What, Mr. Wright? Surely. The 3 dots isn't all you have to say for yourself.
I can say that I know what happened to the... I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh? Perhaps the 5th person came and took it out.
Oh, and the 6th person could have helped.
Wow, way to be passive-aggressive there.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. I looked inside that bottle. There was nothing.
So what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Or did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue with the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh? Push him harder, Justice. Break him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO. Why are you suddenly so aggressive? Ugh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? I mean, he's accusing Kristoff. He said, You made the call to the police from the 1st floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones didn't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the 1st floor at the time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night after all. So there, in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. One sec. The sub-basement at the Borscht Bowl Club. This was the crime scene. How it was discovered, yes? They removed the hat after investigating. Oh no, I gotta go. I'll have to catch up with the pod later. Oh, no problem, Wingin. See you later. I'm happy you came by today. Good luck staying out of gamer prison. You didn't see any blood, though, right? Objection! Bingo! Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes? Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point. What do you mean, good point? What do you mean, good point? Justice. Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it. Yeah, destroy him more for me, Justice.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head.
Why?
You put the hat on the dead man's head.
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police, when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view. Shining bright, just like in this photograph. And I picked his head up off the floor and put it on his head.
Why'd you do such a thing like that?
All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene.
So Miss Orley didn't see it? It's being the victim's, his head.
I think not, she was out cold.
And that's why she thought he was strangled.
I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head. Here we go again. Mr. Gavin? Pardon. It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case.
Hey, he's still our client, isn't he?
I believe that's enough of that.
Mr. Gavin?
This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago.
What?
Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Kristoff. I never knew. I believe it was you who threw the first stone.
Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never.
Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here.
What? What was that? Ugh.
When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the head on the victim's head, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well. A reason? That reason is right here. Your cell phone. That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. Just in case, I recorded our conversation. What's this? Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. What are you doing, Phoenix?
He recorded the call?
Kristoff, I seem to be in a bit of trouble. What's this? Game not going well? Something like that. That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good?
He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard.
You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? It wasn't you, was it?
Me? Please, the cops should be here any minute.
I'm in your hands, should it come to that.
Bone china plate?
A kind of porcelain, very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead.
What?
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club?
Most certainly.
Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china plate?
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friends in a different light.
Oh my god, he knew from that phone call alone!
Troubled, I returned to the crime scene. And when I spotted Mrs. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court. Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head? So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on. Your point, Mr. Gavin? It's come down to this, has it, Phoenix Wright? Otherwise, Kristoff could have claimed that he knew from after the investigation.
Order! I will have order! Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor!
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony?
Well, as the prosecutor,
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess of the day.
This is a roller coaster of a trial. Oh my gosh. This is actually really suspenseful for a first trial. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chamber. Who would have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Who are you? Huh? What? Hello, sir. Please, pick a card. What's all this about? Is this one okay? Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played.
You'll need a trump card to make it.
A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all.
An ace? Where do I remember that card from?
Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces, and Mr. Wright's 2. It is 5 aces in all. It is true! I have seen it! The 5th ace! That was cheating, I swear to you!
The missing 5th ace? Wait, the splash of red. Is this blood?
How did you get this?
You have your trump card. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth.
My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it.
That's Phoenix's daughter. This blood-stained card is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl, I'd seen her recently, but where? That's when I made the connection. She's Phoenix's daughter. She's the magician. He's so cute. The bloody ace, received from a mysterious girl. I want to see this. I want to see this ace closer. This is such a battle. Let me see the ace. Let me see. Single drop of blood marks the front of the card. A red card. Clues here. Well, this is the card that was missing.
Court will now reconvene. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavin, will you please take the stand?
Sorry, boss, but it's for the truth.
Now then, if you would, Mr. Payne.
Yes, Your Honor. Will Mr. The witness state his name and occupation.
This was necessary, Your Honor.
Believe me, far stranger things have gone on in this courtroom.
I was away for 5 minutes. What happened? We got a tip from Wright's daughter, so we have a new piece of evidence to take down Krista.
Fine, I'll play along. First, there's one thing we need to have made clear. How did you know about the secret beneath the victim's hat?
By secret, I'm guessing he means the fact that Mr. Smith was bald. Forgive my curiosity, but what is it about this fellow's head? Your Honor seems to have an inordinate interest in it.
Objection!
That was Phoenix! I wouldn't call it inordinate, Mr. Gavin. Mr. Wright! He's behind me in the... He's next to me now. He's my mentor now. What do you think you're doing, Wright? Wow. Things sure look different from the other side. You know what I mean, Apollo? I mean, you would have known. You've been standing on this bench for years. Speaking of looking from the other side, let's consider something for a second. The victim wore that hat all night, never once taking it off, except for that one time. That one time being the instant he was hit. Oh. When Mr. Wright returned from reporting a crime, the hat was lying on the floor. Mr. Wright picked it up and placed it on the victim's head. In other words, in order to have seen Mr. Smith's bald head, you would have had to have been there in the hideout at the time of the crime. In other words, I must be the real killer. Is what you're trying to say. Not bad, Apollo.
Mr. Gavin.
I'm afraid that I haven't been entirely honest with the court.
What?
Oh, I assure you, I had the noblest of intentions. I did it all to protect my client, Mr. Wright. Yet I'm afraid in the current situation I see little reason to hide anything. Very well. Allow me to tell you the truth of what happened that night.
Finally, you may begin your testimony. Tell us, how were you involved in the events of that fateful night?
Okay, what is your BS this time? Sorry, boss. The rage I sensed in that man that night troubled me, so I returned to the club. I went down to the basement and picked things through the little window to the hideout. It must have been right after the murder took place. The victim was dead, and he appears in the photo. A bald head, an unconscious girl, and Wright holding a bottle in his hands. I sensed that it was not the best place for me to be at the time, so I left. That's when the call came from Wright.
better or worse, I missed the actual moment of the deed. Mr. Gavin, may I remind you that you are Mr. Wright's defense team? Your testimony is clearly disadvantageous to your client.
I mean, it's more personal now, I think.
What else could I say? I'm standing on the witness stand after all. So you are Mr. Gavin. And you had to testify as you did. You had to tell them you saw the scene of the crime through that little window.
Mr. Wright?
You had to say that. Because that was the only probable window of opportunity. Right, Apollo?
I feel like I'm part of some psychological war.
Mr. Wright, the defense should do the cross-examination, not the defendant. Mr. Justice, are you prepared?
Yes, Your Honor. I can't believe I'm going up against Mr. Gavin. This trial is getting weirder and weirder. Okay.
When? That man, you mean Mr. Smith?
He was different from the other customers. His aura, shall we say.
I knew he was a serious poker player, but it was more than that.
So then you knew that your nature of your client's job.
Of course, but I also knew he wasn't engaged in gambling, which would be illegal.
Well, it makes sense that he'd know. They were friends after all.
Worried for my friend, I returned to the club. You see, I feared this Mr. Smith might be someone coming to sell a little score.
I see. What happened then?
Let me see. The little window. You mean the one used to keep watch up the stairs?
Yes, a relic of an ancient past. The Black Marketeers used it, I believe.
Why did you go through the trouble of peeking through the window? Wouldn't it have been easy to just open the door and go into the room?
I didn't want to upset Wright, you see.
Upset Mr. Wright?
Yes, one of my fears have been unfounded. I'd be walking in on their match. Bad form, to say the least.
So far everything is making sense. How do you know it was right after the murder?
Really? No need to shout, Justice.
Ugh.
I was just getting to that part in my testimony.
Ah, there he is, the coolest defense in the West. We know and love.
Even when you're standing up there on the witness stand, some things never change.
The coolest defense attorney in the West? That's funny.
I was afraid you'd change too, Wright, but you haven't. You and that overbearing personality of yours.
With friends like these, who needs enemies? By photo, you mean the second photograph of the crime scene?
Precisely. You see, he wasn't wearing his hat then. I saw his head when he was dead. And then Mr. Wright came along and replaced his hat.
Can you describe the scene of the crime for us?
Those were the only three at the scene of the crime. Yes, as far as I saw, at least.
Then we're back where we started. The killer was the defendant, Phoenix Wright. Who else could it have been? But why didn't you talk to the police?
2 reasons. First, I didn't actually witness the very moment of the crime. Second, my office was actually defense rights. Even after seeing what I had seen, I couldn't abandon my friend.
There must have been someone else there at the moment of the crime.
Justice, I just said I saw no one, not a soul.
But that goes against what Mr. Wright said.
Ah yes, this mysterious fourth person. Who would have conveniently be the real killer, I suppose.
Glad to see we agree, Mr. Gavin.
Let me pose a question then. Tell me, what possible reason did the real killer have to swap cards in the victim's hands? Perhaps you could show us a reason why such a thing would be necessary.
How can I show something I can't find myself?
Remember, Apollo, the card that was swapped out was the 5th ace.
The 5th ace, right?
Well, Mr. Justice, the question of why the killer would swap out a card has been raised. Can you point to a reason?
There was blood on the ace. It's now or never. The defense would like to present evidence to the court. Evidence showing the reason why a card was swapped out.
Then go ahead and point out the reason, Mr. Justice. Why did the killer take the 5th ace?
Because there was blood on it. My reason is, this! Is that an ace?
Oh, it is correct. Okay. What? Why? It's got blood on it. Right next to the spade.
What? This is insane! What wasn't I told about this? Why?
Could this be? Could this be the missing fifth ace? Inconceivable. How could you? What are you doing with that card?
Well, that's the thing. What's Mr. Gavin's what said? It's just a fishy card from some fishy girl. Oh, that card. It's mine. That is, I picked it up at the Borscht Bowl Club that night after the murder had occurred. I gave it to my daughter. Cards are a stock and trade after all.
No, impossible. Unacceptable. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud.
A fraud? How can you be so sure?
What?
I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real cards from the crime scene. The real killer. A beta switch phoenix? What the? Allow me to elaborate. What if this trace of blood was the reason? The reason for the killer to take the card from the scene of the crime.
Where are you going with this?
Take another look at the photo. And at the victim's head. At the moment of the crime, his head fell to the floor. And a trickle of blood ran from his forehead down to the back of his head. Could a drop of that blood have fallen on one of the cards? I suppose. The killer then took the card to hide the blood. This is a hypothetical ace.
Objection.
This is not the real one.
Regardless, that evidence is not permissible.
Oh?
Right, regardless of how you wasted the last 7 years. You used to be a lawyer. You know what a serious crime it is to conceal evidence.
Oh, we can discuss the finer points of our legal system later. What's important now is that I've answered your question.
What are you talking about?
You want to know why the killer would have taken the card from the crime scene? And now I've told you. That one drop of blood would have been decisive evidence, you see.
Objection.
This is baseless conjecture. Baseless!
Objection.
This is indeed getting very interesting, Pikachu. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based. Oh, I assure you, it's quite based.
What?
It's amazing, really, how a single drop of blood on a single card can lead us to the truth. There it is, the line. It's quite simple.
Well, Apollo?
Yes? Try picturing the scene of the crime. In your head.
Whoa! 3D!
Amazing! The murder took place in the hideout. The body of the luckless victim was found at the poker table. And before the killer swapped the card out. There was a single card with a drop of blood in it on the victim's head. Given this, there is one decisive problem with the scene.
Well, what is it?
Let's keep it simple, shall we? Given the fact that there was a drop of blood on the card, whose position in this diagram doesn't fit? The victims? The killers? The witnesses? The second witnesses? Whose position doesn't fit with the bloody card? Let me think about this. The bloody ace was red, and the blue cards were on the floor. If it would have, the blood would go this way. So if the victim sat like that, it would have fallen on the blue card. But since the ace was red, since the red ace was swapped out, maybe the victim here.
Take that.
Well, isn't it the victim's position that's the problem? Yes! 3D, the game is evolving, yes. The series has been evolving for many years now.
I don't follow your logic here, Mr. Justice.
Well, look, the victim was struck on the head, sending him back in his chair. You think any blood would fall behind the body, not onto the table in front of him. Ah! Take a look at the photo again. If he bled in this position, the blood would fall on the floor, not on the cards.
Why, that's right. So what does this mean?
Incidentally, we were sitting in swivel chairs. Swivel chairs? Oh, man. Paulo, try turning the chair around. Oh, I see.
The chair was facing the other way?
It would have to be.
Oh god, that's... Did you see that epic zoom in from the 2008? The victim's chair was facing away from the table.
When Mr. Wright returned from informing the police, which way was the chair facing?
When I came back to the room, the body was facing as seen in this photo. That would mean the killer turned the chair back around. Let's take the next step. Look at the diagram once more. We now know the victim was facing away from the table at the time of the murder. But this creates another significant contradiction.
Again?
Let's test your reasoning skills again, shall we? Apollo, whose location on this diagram contradicts our new understanding of the crime? The victims, the killers, the witnesses, the second witnesses? Whose location creates a contradiction if the victim was facing away?
The killer.
The victim was struck from the front, correct? Indeed. Well, wouldn't it be hard for the killer to hit him from the front? Sitting where his indicator currently is? I would think it'd be quite hard, yes.
Yes, but what you're saying makes no sense! Why would the victim suddenly turn to face the wall? In the middle of a game?
I believe a sufficient reason will soon come to light.
He planned this from the very beginning, didn't he? What?
There's something in this diagram that makes far less sense, actually. Look again at the diagram. Apollo, if the victim was struck while he was sitting as shown here, where would his assailant be standing? Try marking it on the diagram.
What? But...
There's no room to put a mark where the killer should be, yeah. Don't worry, let's think it through and see what we find. We know the victim was facing toward the wall at the time of the crime. That's the only thing we know for sure. Try to forget about everything else. Where would the killer have to be standing to strike our victim from the front?
Well, right in front of him, surely. The killer had to be standing, well, here. You get points for flair, but that's about all you get.
Ugh, I thought I was onto something there, too.
I hardly need to point out that standing there would be impossible. The victim is facing a solid cupboard. Why are you claiming the killer climbed the cupboard and hit him from above? Ha!
It's simple logic, really. If this was the only place the killer could have been standing, then that means that at the very moment of the crime... Wait, I know! At the moment of the crime, the cupboard wasn't there. What's this now? I mean, that's the only explanation, right, Mr. Gavin? Your Honor, I have a suggestion for the defense. We should arrange to examine the cupboard in the hideout immediately.
Bailiff, send a team to the crime scene immediately. Have them try to move the cupboard.
Your Honor. What? There's one more thing your men should look for. Please give this to the bailiff.
Yes, I see. You do belong in the courtroom after all, Mr. Wright.
Autobots, move all out. I do my best.
Go get that evidence, bailiff.
Let's forge ahead here while we wait. Look at the diagram once again. It's been changed. If the killer was standing here at the time of the crime, then this cupboard wasn't here, which means... Apollo, try and move the cupboard.
Oh!
Thank you.
I see.
As you can see, the cupboard was the problem.
This is such wonky camera work.
At the time of the murder, it has to have been shown as here. Now everything is in place to reconstruct the moment of the crime. Oh my! What's this?
Oh, what is it now?
Look at the diagram of the crime scene once more. It appears we found yet another contradiction. What I believe to be the final contradiction, in fact.
Huh? Oh, dang!
Notice something, Apollo. Our line of deduction is rapidly approaching its logical conclusion.
Now then, Mr. Justice, please point out the new contradicting indicator. Is it the victim, the killer, the witness, the second witness? Which indicator in this diagram contradicts what we know about the crime?
Oh, Kristoff, you're in trouble.
About this cupboard. Are we all okay with assuming it was moved? Sure, why not? Well, if it was, something really doesn't fit.
The
The cupboard would completely cover up the window to the stairs. That's right. Someone standing outside wouldn't be able to see in. Someone like Mr. Gavin. What? What did you say? Oh? Is the coolest defense in the West losing his cool? Don't expect me to play along with your little game, right? It's only a game until someone gets killed, Mr. Gavin. And someone was, while the window to that room was blocked by a cupboard. So, Mr. Gavin, perhaps you'd like to explain to the court. Exactly where did you witness the crime scene from?
Excuse me, Your Honor. Order. This is a court of law and it will have order.
We just now received word from our investigative team at the Borscht Bowl Club. They've examined the cupboard in the hideout, Your Honor.
Oh? And what did they find?
Well, Your Honor, it turns out there is a secret passage behind it.
What?
Oh my gosh. Ah, yes, I believe I mentioned something of the sort before. This is one of the tricks to the room many of our regulars know about. I do remember him saying something about that now that he mentioned it. A secret passage is a handy thing to have when you're engaged in illegal going-ons. You never know when you might need to duck away from the eyes of the law. So the room has a secret passage. Where does it go? The other side connects to the restaurant above. The underworld bosses couldn't get away from the cops and enjoy a cold bowl of borscht, no doubt. Just like our killer. People, we got him. We got him. That's all there is to it. You see where our line of simple deductive reason has led us, Apollo? I see it, but I don't believe it. That girl wasn't kidding when she said I needed this trump card for the last hand. At the time of the murder, the window was blocked and the victim's hat was only off his head for a few minutes between Mr. Smith's murder and Mr. Wright's return from calling the cops. In other words, the only place anyone could have seen the victim's bald head was from inside the hideout. Well, Mr. Gavin? Come on, say something.
Dare I ask what really happened that night?
Actually, I think we could probably figure it out ourselves at this point. That night, for whatever reason, our killer had a date with Mr. Smith. A date with destiny. There he crouched, hidden in the secret passageway behind the cupboard. Holding his breath, waiting for just the right moment. Then the chance came, and he took it.
Ah!
Ah! Why did you do that? Wait here, I'll get help. Miss Olga Orley was out cold, struck by Mr. Smith. But his time was soon to come. Mr. Wright went upstairs to call the cops, leaving Mr. Shady Smith alone in the hideout with the unconscious dealer. Then our killer stepped out from the secret passage and into the hideout. The victim must have heard the cupboard sliding aside. He wheeled his chair around to look and was dead. After the deed was done, the criminal must have seen the blood on the card. He would have, of course, realized the need to destroy the evidence. That single spot of blood told the whole story of the crime. Too bad for him, he didn't linger any longer in the hideout that night. If he had, he might have noticed the cards on the floor. And the fact that they were all red. Wow. Cool.
Well, it seems this trial has taken yet another turn. I'm truly sorry I had to see this day come, Mr. Gavin.
Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Payne!
Yes, Your Honor.
The prosecution will continue its investigation. As for Mr. Phoenix Wright, the defendant, he is hereby cleared of all suspicion.
Yay!
Believe me when I say that I don't believe this is happening, Mr. Gavin. But I'm afraid circumstances call for me to issue a warrant for your arrest immediately.
Objection!
Oh, he is not done yet. Oh, no need to apologize. I rather enjoyed myself. It's not every day you get to witness a legendary attorney's dirty tactics firsthand. Your point, Mr. Gavin? Frankly, Your Honor, I'm shocked that a person of your caliber would be taken in by such a low-grade parlor trick.
Excuse me?
The defendant is cleared of all suspicion. This is hardly the time for jokes, Your Honor. Mr. Wright hasn't proven anyone's guilt or innocence here. What he has done is use illegal evidence to put the blame on someone else. And not just anyone else, but me, his own defense attorney.
Illegal evidence!
Objection!
Let me ask you, Mr. Gavin. Is there still any reason at present to suspect me of wrongdoing? Of course. This bottle, for instance. The bottle of grape juice Mr. Wright was drinking. How do you intend to explain away the fingerprints on the murder weapon? And not just any fingerprints. Am I right, Mr. Payne?
Actually, yes. The fingerprints on the bottle were, upside down.
I seem to recall this being an issue earlier. The court in this case demand an explanation. I could think of only one reason why one would hold a bottle upside down. And that is to hit someone with the bottom of the bottle. Well, Your Honor? See how the caught fish squirms to the last? Well, Apollo?
Yes?
Your boss seems awfully concerned about this bottle still. But I'm sure you could come up with a suitable explanation. Just like that.
Yeah, just like what?
Why would anyone grab a bottle upside down other than to... Don't let him trick you into thinking his explanation is the only legitimate one. Is there really another? Take another look at the court record. I believe you'll find a simple answer there, in plain sight.
How about you just say the answer in plain words? Thank you.
It would be hasty to deliver a verdict with unanswered questions indeed. Well, Mr. Justice.
Just like that, just a snip of the finger and it all makes sense.
Mr. Gavin said that the court in this case demanded an explanation. Don't worry, justice won't leave until justice is done.
Oh my gosh, that is so stupid.
Perhaps the defense would care to enlighten the court. What evidence do you have to explain why the fingerprints on the bottle are upside down?
Let's see. No. If he sat like that, maybe? It's a bit of a stretch, but... Oh well, I have full health. Oh my god, it's correct! It's actually easier to show you than explain, Your Honor. Place that bottle on the floor next to your chair.
Excuse me? On the floor.
Yes, now reach down and pick it up. Without getting out of your chair. Yep. See? You're naturally going to pick up the bottle by its neck. With your fingers upside down. Look at this photograph taken on the night of the murder. The defendant, Mr. Wright, sat here. Playing piano. Bottles of grape juice on the floor to the side of this piano bench. He would have naturally picked up the bottles upside down several times.
Wow, I can't believe it was that simple.
We'll call our dinner that evening, Christoph. I was drinking my usual juice then, too. Basically, you used the bottle on the table to do the deed. But then you must have remembered. So you went and picked up one of the bottles from under the piano. And you switched the bottles. You took one of Mr. Wright's bottles and made it look like the murder weapon.
Order, order, order. What do you have to say to these charges, Mr. Gavin?
Fascinating. So this is the legendary attorney's famed tactic of misdirection. What? You claim that I switched the bottle. Where is your proof?
Proof?
Well, that's, as I thought, more baseless conjecture. I'm afraid your bottle of proof is quite empty.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
This man thought of everything.
Your Honor, when you initiated the investigation of the hideouts earlier, do you recall you requested an additional investigation?
Ah, yes! I have your memo about that here. Retrieve the bottles from under the piano at the Borscht Bowl Club.
Oh my gosh, this man truly thought of everything. Oh my gosh. He saw the trap and immediately went, yeah, not on my watch.
And here's one of the bottles in question. For Are you going to dust that for fingerprints too? I would be surprised if any were on that but his. Mr. Gavin probably wouldn't be such a novice mistake true. That bottle won't bear a trace of anything. Say, Apollo.
Yes?
Why don't you go ahead and examine the bottle?
But why?
Just humor me. Mr. Wright, that bottle will solve this case once and for all.
What?
That's some bottle.
Ah ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. There it is.
There's something inside the bottle.
Open it. Open it.
A 5 of hearts. What's this? That card. It can't be. Forgot that unpleasant woman's testimony for a moment. Miss Olga Orley? Yes, our little swindling Devotchka. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. But the planted card was gone. The trap failed.
Oh, wait, this isn't... You're telling me that this is the planted card you disposed of?
The one you mentioned in this piece of testimony. I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. Yes, I took a peek at it and found it was the 5 of hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card. Before the game. Disposed? Where? There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. The 5 of hearts. This is the card. The bottles were swapped. And the only one who could have done that was the 4th person in the club that night. You, Mr. Christoph Gavin. Oh god. What? This man has the force. What? Oh my god. This man's rage activated his telekinesis. That is all. You planned this so well, Phoenix. This is your idea of revenge, Phoenix, right? Revenge! Revenge for the events that took away your attorney's badge 7 years ago. What happened? He's only blonde because he's already Super Saiyan. I mean, that can be the case. My past is like my logic. Straight and true. Nothing's changed. All I did was point a finger of justice in the proper direction. Fine. I'm glad we could have this little tete-a-tete, right?
This is insane! What about me? Did I get to prosecute anyone?
Ah, poor Payne. He's also stuck in this mind battle. At least the battle is now over. I believe this time we finally come to the end of our trial. Mr. Payne, do you have a report for us on Christoph Gavin?
He's admitted everything. We're processing his arrest now.
I see. Still, one has to wonder why he would do such a thing. He didn't even have a connection to the victim, did he?
None that we know of.
Mr. Wright, have you anything to add? I'm afraid I can't shed any more light on the matter. Of course you can't. About this victim, Mr. Shirley Smith. His occupation was listed as traveler. An odd profession to be sure. And that's all we know about him.
I'll arrange a follow-up investigation, Your Honor.
Good. Mr. Wright. Yes? 7 years and you still haven't lost your touch. Christoph Gavin was a man with much significance for me. Both as a friend and a lawyer. He was extremely talented, to be sure. I needed 2 things before I could confront him. First was a place where no injustice would be tolerated. This courtroom. Second was a man who would tolerate no injustice. In other words, a defense attorney. You, Apollo. Me? This is a dark time for our legal system. A twisting of justice brought on by our very own initial trial system. We have to set it right. Mr. Wright. Our work lies ahead of us. And I, for one, am looking forward to it. Well, this seems like a good time to announce a verdict. This court finds the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright,
Not guilty! Yay!
This was amazing. This was a very good introductory trial. I'm amazed. This was really good.
Court is adjourned.
This was very fun indeed, yeah. April 20, 4:28 p.m. This records defendant lobby number 3.
Congratulations! Thank you.
Thanks, Apollo. You came through, just like I thought you would. I'm pretty sure I didn't do a thing in there. It was you who cornered Mr. the killer. I couldn't have done it by myself. You sensed it too today, didn't you? Your ability. Ability? How did he know about that? Yes, a sensitivity I lack. You'll come to understand it soon enough. Wait, I wonder if he means... I have one question for the witness then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true?
Of course it's true.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting? What was that, Mr. Wright? You'll have to find the answer to that question yourself. The answer, right. Today was full of questions without answers. Most of them about Mr. Gavin. What possible reason could he have had to commit the murder? Perhaps you'll learn that in the days to come. Huh? Wait, you don't know, do you? This locket is the key. Huh? Oh, that reminds me. I met the girl whose picture is in your locket.
I met your daughter. She's so cute.
Your daughter, right? That's right. She's my daughter. You know, you were right about this locket.
Eh?
I took this off in the neck the night he died.
What?
But it looks like our dear Russian scam artist saw me. So the truth is, this locket really did belong to him.
Wait, but that's perjury! You testified! You said that locket was yours!
I said no such thing, actually. Huh? I merely said it was a locket with my daughter's picture inside. A subtle distinction, but a distinction nonetheless.
What?
And it's the truth.
Wait, why? Why was the victim wearing a locket with a picture of your daughter inside it?
Sometimes the straightest path to the truth isn't the best one. Give it time. You're still just getting started with your career. Speaking of which, I may be out of a job. I work for Gavin Law Offices after all.
Did I really just put myself out of a job? No! I can't pay rent now.
I still can't believe I just saw Mr. Gavin get led away in handcuffs. Apollo? Yes? How about coming to work for me?
Eh? You mean at the Ryder Law Offices? I mean, there isn't a single attorney in my generation that doesn't know it.
I can imagine that to be true, but...
Wait, but did you...
You're not a... Oh, attorney my badge, yes. I'm not an attorney anymore. What happened? That incident 7 years ago. The legendary trial. And at the middle of it all was one man, Phoenix Wright. The case reached a sad conclusion, and he left law for good. Have you ever thought about coming back to the courts? I'm not qualified to stand in the court of law, I'm afraid. Didn't you notice in today's trial, there was a single piece of forged evidence? Forged evidence? What are you talking about? I'm talking about evidence that shouldn't have existed. A naughty magician's trick. One piece of evidence struck me as odd, it's true. It just seemed, well, too perfect. I'll bet this was the forged evidence. You mean this, don't you? I got this from your daughter, Mr. Wright. Yes, that card couldn't have been found at the crime scene. Why? Because the killer took it with him when he left. Leaving the wrong card in its place, luckily for us. The court can't accept this evidence. It's a fraud! Fraud? How can you be so sure? I would think the only person who could claim it was a fraud would be the one who took the real card from the crime scene. The real killer. He didn't present it as evidence, he's presented this as a hypothetical. My verdict was already handed down 7 years ago. And you really... Yes. I forged this card. What? Well, look at the crime scene. Should have told you it wasn't real.
But you can't do something like that and call yourself an attorney!
Who's calling themselves an attorney, Apollo? So it's true. The rumor is true. 7 years ago. None of that matters much now, does it?
I punched him. It's your story from here on out, Apollo. Perhaps I can help you turn the next page. My office's address. Drop in if you like. Mr. Wright. Oh, about your uppercut. Try yelling, "Take that!" next time. I find it packs a little more punch. And Apollo, thanks for today. I had a good time. What happened to you? And with that, Mr. Wright walked out the door. And that's how my first trial ended. That was a case and a half compared to Phoenix's first trial. A lot of mysteries went unsolved, and at the time, I had no idea they were all related. Every mystery that day, connected by a single thread of logic. I found that out soon enough. My name is Apollo Justice, attorney at law, and this is how my story begins.
Oh my god, we cleared our first case, yay!
But we still have time. One sec. Man. Impressions do take a lot out of you, huh? Whew. Okay. I think we still have time for one investigation segment. And then we'll call it a day. That sounds good in my ear, so we'll do that. Continue to the next episode? Yes. And then when the trial begins, we'll quit for today. Turnabout corner. As long as we draw breath, the wheel of fate turns. A harmonica? What? I will bring cake, be right back, okay? Spinning big crimes and little crimes together. And when the wheel stops... Epic zoom out. You die. I gotta say, these new intros really give a bigger punch to it. June 15, 9:12 a.m. Radical Law Offices. 2 months have passed since Mr. Gavin's arrest. My first trial, and I lost both my mentor and my job. Poor Apollo. Yeah, I'll admit it. I was screwed. But even when I hit bottom, I told myself I'd never come here. Honest. Whoa! What happened to the office? Here being the legendary Radical Law Offices. Is that spaghetti? Why is it floating? So many magician stuff. Okay, Justice, time to stop trembling. Ah, you must be here for the interview. Right this way. Huh? That's the daughter! Hello! Hello there, you found the right place. Welcome. What's with this girl? Well now, shall we begin? Begin what? Right, first things first. Any special talents? Talent? Is this my job interview?
Yes, well, you must have at least one.
Well, I guess defending?
Defending.
An unusual talent, but it'll do.
But a little jazzing up, of course.
You think so?
Let's give it a go, shall we?
Huh?
Go ahead, show me. Defend. Just give it all you've got. Don't hold back now. What are you talking about? I can't just defend here. First lesson, a professional can perform anywhere.
Thanks?
I thought this was my lawyer interview. We want people to be laughing with us, not at us.
Thanks. But I'm not sure why they should be laughing at all.
What? What exactly do you think you came here to do?
Defend? No?
Excuse me, but do you know where you are?
Huh? The Radical Law Offices, right?
Oh. I was afraid of that. Don't worry, not the first.
Look, what's going on here? Who are you? I came here to meet with the person in charge. Well, you've apparently made no fewer than 2 mistakes.
Mistakes? but I got a call from Mr. Wright this morning. Perhaps you go read the sign out front again? What's there to read? Look, it says right there. Oh. Why does it say Wright's Talent Agency? Welcome to the Wright Talent Agency, where you've always come to the right place. I'm Tracy Wright, CEO. I'm a magician. Finally, we have a name. Hello, Tracy. She's so cute. She's also a magician. It all came flooding back. The trial, that girl. Hello, sir. Please pick a card. That's right. She's my daughter. Tracy Wright. Here, check out that flyer. So, what's your name?
Apollo. Apollo Justice, attorney at law. So, is this really a talent agency?
You bet. Daddy started it 7 years ago when he quit law. Of course, we only have 2 people signed up right now.
2 people? Does that include you?
Tracy Wright, magician extraordinaire. I've done a lot of stage shows. Paid too. I'm a professional, you know?
Right.
Promise you'll come to one of my shows, okay? Let's see. Oh, and the other person our agency represents is... Phoenix Wright. Pianist extra extraordinaire. Extraordinaire.
Your dad, in other words. Didn't he say you couldn't play the piano?
Hi, Napsy. Welcome to the stream.
We cleared out the first case, and now I'm stuck in the magician's office.
Our agency doesn't see that as a problem. Why, there are many magicians who can't do magic.
At least you're optimistic. I'll give you that. First, yeah, it was amazing. The twists and turns that case took. It's one of my favorite introductory cases. Now to be her lapdog? What? So you're Phoenix Wright's daughter? How do you do? Oh, I'm doing well. I'm proud of the new overlay I made, and that's about it.
That's right. After Daddy quit law 7 years ago, I promised I would keep him fed. So I'm kind of his sugar daddy.
No.
I'm in charge of the whole office too. Pretty amazing for a young lass of 15, wouldn't you agree?
15? How old is Mr. Wright?
Daddy? Oh, he's 33 this year.
That means, Tracy out of context is wild. That does mean she's not his biological daughter. I'm sure there's a good explanation. I hope. About Mr. Wright giving up law. It was because of that incident 7 years ago, wasn't it?
Eh? You know about that?
Not the details. Phoenix had a side P even Mia didn't know about. I mean, I doubt it because he was very... And Iris, yes. But that was too late in the timeline, I think. Not the details. I remember the news though. It was a big deal.
So I hear. I was young to understand what was going on. I'll ask Daddy about it next time I get the chance.
Daddy, right. That reminds me. About Mr. Wright. He gave me a call this morning to come in.
Daddy's not here right now. He's in the hospital.
Oh no! The car accident! The hospital?
Yeah, he's on a strict bed rest until he gets better.
What? Okay. Which hospital is Mr. Wright in? I'll pay him a visit.
Oh, the Hickfield Clinic. It's quite close.
Okay. Right. Well, I'll be going now, and I'll give this Shelby's gig some thought, okay?
Wait, I'll go with you!
Okay. June 15, 9:45 a.m., Hickfield Clinic.
Aw, he even has a toy piano to keep him entertained. That's so cute.
So many DVDs of the Steel Samurai. It's so cute. So this is Mr. Wright's hospital. Ah! No! 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 It's been 7 years! I thought I was praying that you died of old age. No! I thought you might have died. Oh, God. The best character from the original games.
Now see, why do you torture me so? Ugh. Oh boy. I really wish I hadn't had to do this. Yeah, visitors, are ya? Oh yeah, are you the doctor? Yep. Dr. Hickfield's the name.
Good morning, Doctor.
Oh, hi there, Trucy. Cute as ever. I hate you with every fiber of my being.
Is this Daddy's room?
Oh yeah, except he's gone for a morning checkup. Be back soon. How are you, Miss Trucy? Got any places you'd like? Examines? Doctor, the nurse is looking for you. Why? If it isn't the daddy, the cutest little thing in town. Guess I'll be off then. Later, Trucy. I hope you die. I thought I killed you in that graveyard. Why do people I killed turn back from the dead? I need to have a word with Arachnid von Helsing, but after this... Sheesh. Oh my gosh. Creepy indeed, Pikachu. I hate Dr. Hardy with every fiber of my being. Wow, what an odd bird that guy was. Good morning. Didn't expect you so soon, Apollo. Ah, Mr. Wright. I get you. So, what happened? Who could have imagined it? Me, victim of a hit and run. Hit? You were hit by a car?! Oh, he tried to swerve, I'll give him that. Picture me tossed 30 feet through the air. Only stopping when my head hit the telephone pole. You hit a telephone pole with your head?! Are you okay? Thankfully, my only injury was a sprain. How? You fell off a bridge from a high cliff and got off of it with a cold, and now you've survived a hit and run with a sprained ankle, even though you were hit on the head. I think this is his superpower. Man took a whole beating and nothing happened. He's RoboCop. He got luck. He really is as lucky as they say. They probably heard stories about his fall from the cliff. There's something that, well, it just doesn't sit right. I just can't believe you have a daughter, Mr. Wright. And she's so big. Not fat, but you know what I mean. Oh, Trishy's still a child.
Daddy, how many times do I have to remind you? I'm not a child anymore.
But you'll always be Daddy's little baby girl to me, Trucy. Ah. Ahaha, my foot. I'm not buying it. Oh, something you should know about Trucy. She's a magician, right? She told me. Not a mere stage magician. She's a genius.
Aw, Daddy.
You'll soon come to appreciate her talents. You could just tell me things instead of insinuating them. This man is exhausting. So why did you contact me? What could the right talent agency possibly want with me? No need to get prickly now.
Hey, I didn't ask to be dragged in like this. Huh? But didn't you come into the office of your own free will anyway?
Well, yeah, of course. Help! We're in big trouble here at the office. Big. I thought someone was dying.
I mean, at some point.
Phoenix was at risk of death. Sort of reminds me of the girl from the circus. Like Regina? She would belong. She could fit in the very big circus. Yeah, that's true. They would be great friends, I think. So you don't think this is big trouble? My talent agency represents only 2 people, and one of them is in the hospital.
That's right, Daddy. How are we going to pay this month's rent and the groceries?
Aww. Yeah, that's the problem with such a tight operation. It's a symbolic relationship. When one of us falls, the other 2 must fall. Hey, this is exactly a suitable conversation to be having with a 50-year-old kid. Never talk about Big Top, I will get PTSD. Okay, noted. In any case, if Apollo here can't help you, then you'll have to transfer to a new school. Again.
Oh, no, I can't. I only just made friends. How could you do this to me? To us, Polly.
What? Me? Now it's my fault? On that note, how about you come work for us? I've got the perfect client for you already lined up. A client? You mean I get to do my job? I get to defend in court? Alright, I'll hear what you have to say.
You got him, Daddy! Hook, line, and sinker!
Now it's time to reel him in. It's official. I'm scared. Yeah, you should be, Apollo. Who's the client? Alright, so who's the client? Ah, yes, here. Take a look at the map and I'll explain. Okay. That's the office. Last night, I left the office just before 9 o'clock. I was going to that Indochine pasta joint, Alden Taste.
Ooh, pasta.
I play piano there, of course. Of course. That's when it happened. The car sent me flying, nicked at a telephone pole. And zoomed away. Creepy, huh? So did you check the in-game gallery and stuff? I checked to see that it existed, but I haven't checked it out fully. I only saw, like, the beginning images of, like, development pages. That's it. I didn't look deeper into it. It's almost as creepy as hearing you tell a story like it was no big deal. Wow. Car sped off in this direction. So, good luck!
What?
You wanted the client, didn't you? Well, I'm your client.
Again, Phoenix!
I'm the guy who knocked me into that telephone pole. Whoa, hold on. I'm a defense attorney, not a detective. Don't worry. Once you found the guy, I intend to sue him. And you can stick it to him in court.
I'm not a prosecutor either!
I'm sorry, but this is crazy. I'm going home. Don't get so worked up. It was just a joke.
Huh? Oh, Daddy. Sorry, Apollo. It's just lots of jokes, you know. Even the ones that aren't very funny.
Your real client should be stopping by the office anytime now. The office? You mean the talent agency? No harm in going. It's not like I have anything else to do. The artwork does have spoilers, so good. Yeah, I didn't want to spoil myself. Especially for these 3 games, because I haven't played these. The first 2 games either, but... it's not like the gallery was in plain sight then. One more thing. Do look into my accident too, would you? I marked the scene of the tragedy on this map. I don't know what to play now. You can watch me play this, okay? I stream twice a week now to... yeah. I stream twice a week to finish this in a month. And then I'll take a month break and then I'll play Dual Destinies and rinse and repeat. It's right in front of this park. Should be easy to find. So he's going to make me investigate this after all. Thanks, dude. Yeah, about that. I doubt that. I'm on vacation for 6 weeks, so I can't get it. So I can catch every stream. Wow! Nice! It's been a while since we've seen you regularly on stream, so I'm looking forward to it. This game is like 40 hours. I mean, that's why I'm streaming twice a week. Oh well, we'll see how far we can get. Which took me by surprise. Hey, hey, hey! How long are you planning on making you wait, eh?
Ah, good morning!
Hey there, Trishy doll!
It got like 130 hours in.
Sounds like your pop's in a bit of a rough spot, eh?
Totally.
All's well that ends well, I guess.
Why does he have a ramen bowl on his head? This is our client.
Hey, so this is that Apollo fella, eh?
Yes? The name's Apollo.
Look at him there. Arms all crossed like, ready to fight.
Yes, sir! You don't mean that literally, do you?
The boss told you what I need, right? Don't let me down, Apollo.
There's one case which is 14 hours long? Yeah, wish me luck there. Sheesh. Don't worry about the defense, sir. I'm on it.
Defense? Your noodle half cooked? It's too late for defense. My castle's been stolen. My keep's been kept. My noodle stand's been stolen.
Noodle? You know Mr. Eldoom for the noodle stand, don't you, Polly?
No nicknames, please. And no, of course I don't know him.
You're new in these parts?
Not really.
Then you know the best noodles in town. Eldoom's noodles.
Whose noodles?
My noodles. Help me out here, Trishy doll.
This is Mr. Guy Eldoom, our client. Maybe you can tell us what the problem is, Mr. Eldoom.
The harmonica. Anything for you, Trishy doll.
Who is this guy? So you run a noodle stand, Mr.
Eldoom. Guy Eldoom's the name. And noodles are my game. The secret's in the soup. I've been searching for the perfect soup for a year and a half.
Oh, that's not that long, really.
My family's been noodlemen for generations. Got a lot of expectation on my shoulders. 15 fathers passing the noodle to 15 sons.
Whoa! That's a pretty old...
Stop. A fool that I was, I pushed it away. I rebelled against my pops. I picked another livelihood. But that didn't turn out so well.
Oh.
There was no denying it. Salty broth runs through these veins, boy.
Show you, ramen. So it was like destiny that you became what you are.
Right, destiny's the word. Oh, I fought it. But in the end, I was bound by the twisted noodle of fate.
Not a mental image I care to linger on.
So, last year I started my noodle stand. The 15th generation of Eldun's noodles. So tell me more about Eldun's noodles. You don't know the genius that are my noodles? I make them so salty. Why, they're saltier than salt. No, I really don't want to find out.
That is a regular at his noodle stand.
He frequented my pops' stand back during his attorney days, too.
Aw, really? That's cute.
Yep, him as his assistant. I'm sorry, I'll be sure to drop by your stand soon. Wish you could, Sonny!
Eh?
Heck, I wish I could. I'd give anything for a bowl bath now.
What do you mean?
It was stolen! My stand, gone!
Stolen?
It was last night. I was doing my rounds, blowing my whistle.
That is a harmonica, sir.
It's like an ice cream truck's bell, but louder. He even gets complaints.
Now you're just trying to butter me up. That sounded more like the blues than a whistle. I closed up my stand for the night and parked by the house. Then this morning, dark and early, it was gone. My keep, my castle. Ugh.
Why are you playing the harmonica?
Aww. Maybe some bum carted it off? Just guessing here.
Well, I don't care who did it. Without that stand, I'm finished. Oh, my noodle bowls were in there too.
That's the saddest thing I've heard all day.
You know it. Anyhow, that's the deal. Good luck.
Good. What? Wait. What exactly is your request?
My noodle stand. Find it. And the day you bring my baby back is the day you feast on as many noodles as you want. Of course, I make it so hot and salty 2 bowls to kill a man. Then I really need defense. Speaking of defense, that's what I do. I'm a lawyer, not a detective. This is where I live. If you drop by, if you need any info, okay?
Why does everyone ignore that I'm not a detective?
Get it back today if you can, Paulo. I got noodles to make.
My guy, it's...
Traffic accidents and noodle stand thieves.
Actually, there was something I wanted to ask you about too, Apollo.
Huh? I have a bad feeling about this.
Listen to the lady's problem now. Don't be cruel.
I lost something last night. That is, something was stolen.
Hey, what's this? More thieving and skullduggery?
Well, someone stole a pair of my panties.
Oh no.
Panties?
Oh no. Is this one of those cases? So they were, stolen your,
My panties, yes.
Right? Panties. That's a crying shame. That is Juicy Doll.
I was alone in the office last night. I had hung my panties out the window there to dry. When the thief came, it took them. My favorite panties. I ran after him. Give those back, I shouted. Wait!
Why is there a dog behind you, Juicy? Well, that was certainly brave of you.
But I lost him. Without those panties, I don't know what I'll do.
It's just a pair of pennies. Don't cry in shame. Yup.
Well, at least the scene of the crime is convenient.
The office.
I'll mark it on your map.
I'll be heading home now. Remember, find my stand or there's an empty bowl in your future, Paulo.
Right.
Can you help out Juicy Doll here too? You hear?
Oh, I thought he was gonna exit with the harmonica music.
Things have certainly picked up, haven't they? We had no work yesterday, and now we have 3 cases. I guess? Let's see where he stands.
Not in the courtroom, that's where. Well, the first item on our list...
Phoenix Wright, Daddy's hit and run accident.
We have to find the one who hit her. Who's going to pay us for this again?
And the second item... Mr. Alduno's request to find his stolen stand.
For which we stand to gain a bowl of salty noodles.
And the last request is mine. Find my stolen panties.
That bowl of noodles is looking better and better. Wow. This, Apollo.
Let's go, Polly, to the streets.
Aren't you enthusiastic?
How could I not be? Let's crack these cases, you and me.
I guess we might as well get started. Let's see, a hit and run, a stolen stand, and last but not least, stolen panties.
This is gonna be fun, huh?
Let's do the accident scene. So this is when Mr. Wright got hit by that car. Panty raid troubles. Ugh.
Why panties? According to the map, this is the place.
What a huge mansion.
Apollo, there's a nice-looking lady over there. Let's question her.
Okay. I'm a little curious about... the park over there, too. That's a crime scene.
Oh, hello. Excuse me, can we have a few words with you?
There's a perfectly understandable reason for the panty raid. I'll take your word for it. You want something? Whoa, that husky voice. Why am I suddenly sweating?
That's quite a house you've got there. You must have a lot of money.
Ooh, money sounds like something my son would call his friends. This is a Kitaki family mansion, little girl. You, kid with the hair, you want something?
Ugh, me?
No, not a thing. Bye.
Apollo, we can't leave without questioning her. What if you know something?
But the Kitaki family, they're the biggest organized crime syndicate in town. And they just have a mansion in the middle of the open? If you're going to ask something, ask it. If you're man enough.
What?
Right.
Yay! Way to whip him into shape, ma'am.
Does she know no fear? I'm Plum. Plum Kitaki. Wife of the 4th head of the Kitaki family business. Friends call me the Little Plum. I'm Little Apollo Justice, attorney at law. If looks could kill, this woman would be a mass murderer by now. Well, we need to question her.
Little Plum? That's a really cute name for someone so...
Yes?
Whoa! What is it, Apollo?
How about you go through me when talking to her, okay, Chelsea?
Huh? That seems like a bit of needless procedure.
I'm a lawyer. I live for needless procedures. Oh, little girl. You should know. We're gangsters.
Oh, that means you're the bad guys.
Chelsea, through me, please. I'm begging you here. The bad guys? I like the sound of that. I'm going to need some warranty after this. Me too, Apollo. It takes a lot of hard work to protect the family fortune. Things aren't as easy as they used to be for us bad guys.
So you're saying that business is in a slump?
Let's not ask about business if we can help it, please. So there was supposedly a car accident here last night? Last night? Of course you wouldn't know about it, sorry about you. Wait. Yes? You're talking about the man, aren't you? The one who flew 30 feet and just walked away?
That's my daddy.
I should have known. One of our capos thought he'd make a great point man.
Capo? Point man?
Could you avoid using too much industry lingo? In any case, it's been nothing but trouble. I've been cleaning up this mess since morning. Huh. Cleaning up this paint. Was this paint spilled at the time of the accident? It was around 9 last night. I heard a crashing noise. And found your father drowning in a sea of paint.
So you came to his rescue?
You, my husband. The boss to thank for that. The car that hit your father knocked over this paint. Then turned the corner and sped away.
We're in the middle of repainting our wall, you see.
I'm sure the dragon is glaring at me.
But why are you out here cleaning it up?
What do you mean?
I mean, aren't you a gangster? Don't you have any goons to do your dirty work for you?
Please, go with me when you want to. Don't be such a stiff lawyer, boy. I suppose we gangsters do have a certain image.
Yes.
But we're community-oriented gangsters, you see. The boss likes to give back to the people, see?
How noble of him.
I availed myself to the public facilities to get rid of all the garbage. Now there's just the paint on the street to deal with.
Public facilities? Wonder if she means that trash can. B and M. Who's that? She's looking at the park.
She's pretty. I bet she has a story, you know?
Something about her. Too bad she seems to be in a bit of a rush. Let me examine the trash can. There's a big trash can on the way into the park. I guess we could check it out.
Detective's life sure is a hard one.
I'm an attorney, actually. Huh?
2 pieces of garbage with paint on them.
These are slippers. They look like those slippers you get at the hospital.
Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go on the car?
A headlight! It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off when it smacked into something. Or someone.
Wait, you don't think...
I do. This could be from the car that hit Mr. Right.
Wow, and they took off its mirror? I never knew Daddy was so strong. I only have room in my pocket for one of these, though. Which do you want to take?
Let me take the mirror. Torn off the car that hit Mr. Right was found in front of Kentucky Mansion. Some paint on the slippers in his trash can.
I can only carry one thing at a time in my pocket, you know.
Should I swap the mirror for the slippers? No need. Actually, let's not say we did. What do you think about the rear view mirror? Wait, let me see. There's a splotch of paint on it. No clues here. Whatever. Can you tell me anything about this mirror? That's probably for the car that knocked out that fellow across the street. Right, that makes this a valuable clue. Let me know if you find that car, would you? You splash Kentucky paint, you pay the price. Okay, let's see. Scene of the stand theft. Oh god, this place is a dump. So, what's this place?
This will be Mr. Aldoon's house, silly.
Oh, so this is where his stand was stolen from. I can see a piece of evidence lying on the ground already. Is that a dog? Hey!
Look, there's a police car parked over there.
You're right. What's with the sparkly entrance? What is this place? A hospital? There's a sign, Maractus Clinic.
Oh, that's where the thief went.
The thief?
The one who snatched my panties. He ran into his clinic last night.
Wait, maybe the police car
is here to find my panties. I doubt it. Well, there's only one way to be sure. Let's investigate.
Ah, there you are, Sonny! Well, you find anything yet?
No, not yet.
Harmonica!
The longer you loaf around here, the saltier your Victor bowl gets. Just remember that.
The ramen king, indeed. This bowl of noodles is sounding less like payment and more like punishment. Stolen stand. Are there any more details you could give me about the stand?
You bet, Sonny boy. It happened last night. I was blowing my whistle like always, crying the town I was. The smell of broth filled the streets, thick and salty. I got home, well, right before 10 p.m. I reckon. Guess he's not aiming for that late night market. I washed my bowls and gave the wheels a squirt of grease, then I went inside.
When did you notice it had been stolen?
Early this morning, before the sun rose. Work starts early.
So that many people eat noodles for breakfast.
I washed up on the salty shores of ruination. That stand still had my whole life in it. Nay, my whole being.
They took everything?
All my soup stock, my noodles, my bowls, and my dreams!
At least they left one bowl. Look, there's one on the ground.
If you don't find that stand today, then I'll be forced to walk the streets smelling that bowl. My last bowl. Please, I'm under enough pressure as it is.
Oh gosh. Gosh.
Garage.
That's it. That's where the thief who snatched my panties went to.
It's a crying shame, that is. If they have to steal, make it my loincloth.
What?
That's so pretty, girls.
What is this case?
The garage writes, if you don't think the thief lives here, do you?
Feh.
But I won't put it past that good for nothing, doctor.
Do I detect a little animosity here? Let's make sure to check out that garage thoroughly.
Okay, but let me pick up the bowl first. Is this yours, Mr. Aldoon? Hey, there's the heart and soul of Aldoon's noodles. The bowl absorbs my salty soup. Pretty soon it's gonna taste just like noodles.
Oh, it does smell like noodles.
Oh, my other bowls got taken away with my stand. Get it back from me, sonny boy. I'm begging you. Custom-made Elden Noodles bowl decorated with the Elden Noodles mascot.
The doggy. Look, a doggy. Good boy, Salty.
Actually, the dog has a real name, Juicy. Yep, sure does. Named Spoon. And it's a she, but...
Aww. Spoon doesn't seem so lively.
She didn't get her bowl of salty broth this morning, that's why. Poor little thing. Aww.
Apollo, let's find that stand soup for Spoon's sake.
I'm pretty sure dogs aren't supposed to eat noodles.
Aww.
What do you think of this? Sorry, sonny boy. My interest is for my stand and precious little else. Get cracking on that case. Find my stand. I'm begging you. Okay. Let me get those slippers first. Let me slip out the... Let me switch out with the slippers. Yeah, let's swap. Let's just swap the evidence. Juicy, if you would.
Righto.
Maractus Clinic. Why was this here? There was paint on it and a single leaf.
Found this covered with paint.
Huh? What's this weird shape here?
Looks like a leaf was stuck on the bottom where when the wearer stopped in some yellow paint.
So the outline left when the leaf was removed. Ah, I got paint on my hand.
Hello. I saw you trying to wipe your hand on my cape.
Let's present this and see what you know about it. Sorry, kid, I got no idea what you're talking about. Okay. Does the noodle guy know anything about these slippers?
No.
Then I have missed something here. Let's look around a bit further, shall we? Save the light? There's a handwritten sign here.
Save the light? Save the light indeed! Miss Eldune's house is practically in the dark here.
Yes, the hospital clinic next door blocks the sunlight. Everything's gone wrong since I built this monstrosity. Prof needs sun-lord rats. What's a man to do? They just will pay customers to get food poisoning so they can turn it a pretty profit. It seems like a lot of trouble to go through for a few extra patients. Maractus Clinic.
The door is sure sparkly.
The Maractus Clinic, huh? Looks more like a casino parlor than a hospital. It must be quite profitable.
Funny, looks closed. Maybe they're on vacation today.
I'd understand if there was an ambulance outside, but a police car?
Maybe they're taxi based.
Oh, sorry, miss. No going into the clinic today.
Did something happen?
Huh? Oh no, nothing to see here. Move along. You'll have to find someplace else to play doctor. Do I look like the right age to be playing doctor?
We need a little more info on this Maractus Clinic. We could ask Mr. Eldoon. He is our neighbor and all. And we should check out that garage. What if the thief who stole my panties is still in there?
Ugh. Okay, let's go into the garage. Can we go into the garage? Yes.
A skeleton! What?
Surely it's my set on our panties. Why?
This is the place. This is where the panty snatcher ran.
Are you sure?
Maybe. Let's look for clues. Clues to a panty snatching. Clues like a pair of panties.
Trissy? Let's try not saying anything panties so many times. Well, I see one thing already. There's something about this car. Let's take a closer look. Look, a cell phone.
Someone dropped it beneath this tire. If the car moved, it would be crushed for sure.
I wonder if it belongs to the doctor here.
We should bring it to him later.
Okay, who could have dropped this? That reminds me. I once read a record of a case that Mr. Wright worked on so many years ago. Apparently there was this car with a piece of cloth shoved into the tailpipe. That piece of cloth turned out to be a vital clue to solving the case.
Wow.
I remember that case record whenever I'm checking out a car. And I always check the tailpipe.
Everyone's gotta have a hobby, I guess.
Wouldn't be funny if... Hey! There's something in there.
What?
Wait a second. Are these your...
My panties! What? Already? Wow, thank you, Apollo. You're a genius. Amazing.
No. Don't mention it.
No, I'm serious. I'm really impressed. You must have a nest for finding girls.
What are those?
My little panties, of course. They've come home to Mama. Can't wait to use them.
You're going to put them on now?
Watch closely now. See? Nothing in these panties. Ta-da!
Why, Trissy? Whoa, where did that come from? How did that ball get into your panties?
My panties are an extra-dimensional space. Anything can fit in there. They're my magic panties. It's one of my best tricks.
This surely is an interesting start, huh? Yeah. Oh, gosh. Magic panties?
They left them over at the Wonder Bar. I just shows there nightly.
You mean those panties are a prop?
You could have told me a little soon.
Oh my gosh. Why, Trissy? Why? Why do you have to use panties for a magic show? Well, that's one case closed at least.
What are you saying? We still have to catch the slight devil and run off with the tool of my trade.
Oh, right. Something tells me we're not finished searching this garage anyway. Oh, I see! This is the car that ran over Mr. Wright. Hey, look at that! The mirror's been broken off. Now this is a clue.
What? You're smiling like you know something I don't. You aren't keeping a clue from me, are you, Polly?
Clue, let's see. I need to switch evidence. Nothing I can think of.
No? Then what were you smiling about?
Oh, I wasn't smiling. It was the dust in here. I thought I was going to sneeze.
Achoo! Well, don't make faces like that. Achoo! It's so misleading then.
I know yawns are contagious, but sneezes?
Well, I'm sure there's gotta be a clue somewhere. Let's keep checking things out.
Let me return 1 second. I need to get to the trash can. Why did they have to switch out stuff? Let's move. Now I can examine this car further.
Hey, look at that!
Yeah. I think I do have just a clue you've got in mind. Oh man, I'm so used to double clicking. But this is a different game. My clue is this.
Whoa, it's the same color and size and everything. A perfect match.
Guess we could check it out.
2 pieces of garbage with paint on them. Look at this, Apollo. Doesn't this go in the car?
It's a side view mirror. Looks like it was torn off and it smacked into something. Or someone. Well, looks like we've just solved the case.
So the car that hit Daddy last night?
It's sitting right in front of us, yep.
Wow, you put the pro in professional, Apollo.
Gee, thanks, Druzy.
Apollo.
Huh? What is it?
Now that we solved this case, we should go report it to Daddy. He'll mope if we leave him alone too long, knowing him.
Okay. He doesn't seem the type to mope, though. This is hardly a case worth reporting. Alright. Let's go to the hospital. If I see the doctor again. Huh? Mr. Wright's gone.
Maybe he's gone for the examination.
He'll probably be back soon. Let's wait.
I think it might take some time. Daddy always loves his examinations.
Don't ask, Justice. Don't want to know.
Why don't we come back later?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, but... But there must be something. Right? One sec. Ah, we forgot to ask him about this.
Hey, do you think something happened next door? There's a police car out front.
Probably give someone food poisoning, I'll bet. Unless it's twisted giving someone food poisoning. That police car got here this morning, actually. I asked what they were up to, but they wouldn't even tell me, the neighbor. Not that I was surprised much that Doctor works for the wrong crowd. It was just a matter of time before he got what was coming to him. The wrong crowd. Never you mind about that. Oh, the wrong crowd, huh? Can I get, like, profiles and stuff? Can I do that here? So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was it? Aye, passed down from father to son. That stand's seen its share of salt, Salt runs in the family, you might say. I bet high blood pressure does too. So your stand, Eldoon's Noodles, was stolen. Oh, it wasn't just a stand that was stolen, sonny boy. I lost those wobbly wheels, my stands cost a shield button, my stained sign. I didn't just lose a stand, I lost a legend.
No one steals a legend and gets away with it on my watch. Let's find that legend, Apollo.
Isn't it about time he bought a new one anyway? Can I present him something? Oh, right, his phone. The phone. Get cracking on that case. No. I found the panties. I always double click. I really shouldn't. Okay. Can I talk to the police dude here? Personally, I'm a little more interested in this park.
You know what I think? I bet they're filming a movie. Let's go take a look. Maybe we'll see someone famous.
Hey, miss, stay out of the park.
He got mad at me.
Did something happen here, officer? Huh? No, move along. Nothing to see. Why don't you kids go play someplace else? We're not kids and we're not playing. I'm an attorney. Something wrong? Detective Sky! We're fine, ma'am. Nothing to report. Oh my gosh! Emma! Oh my gosh! You've grown up! I'm so proud of you!
Why is she wearing a lab coat?
You're hardly one to comment on how people are dressed.
And these kids are?
Curiosity seekers, ma'am. They claim to be lawyers.
Why don't you kids run along and play someplace else?
Look, we're not...
Or I might spill something on that pretty face of yours. One of those experimental hydroxyase lunodosatrase? Come again? What hydroxy stuff?
Whatever it is, it doesn't sound good. Let's go, Trucy.
Try to keep out of the riffraff if you would.
Yes, ma'am. How are we going to get more information like this?
Why don't we ask that nice woman across the street?
Oh yes, that nice woman. Ugh. Can I ask you a question?
What?
What happened in the park across the street?
Oh yes, quite a commotion. Chicago lightning, as the boss would say.
Chicago, huh?
Gunfire. Someone was killed. Strange circumstances too.
You're kidding!
What a morning! Trouble everywhere. The park, the gate, even our house.
Did something happen at your house too?
A crime without honor, without remorse.
A thief?
It's a private matter. Wanna hear about it?
Somehow I don't think no is an acceptable answer, Polly. So, what happened at your house?
Bloomers last night.
Eh? I got a bad feeling about this.
Me, little plump Kitaki, the victim of a panty snatcher.
What? So much that my panties were stolen?
Got you too, did they? Poor thing. Like I said, whoever did this is a hardened criminal. It wasn't you, was it?
No, of course not. Mercy.
I've heard word that panties have been disappearing lately. And the missing panties all have something in common.
It's hard to imagine Trucy's and Miss Kitaki's panties having something in common. I just imagine Miss Kitaki's panties. Ugh.
I know, we'll find your bloomers too.
Great. Show me what you're made of.
What have you gotten me into this time, Trucy? That girl from before.
Oh, welcome home, sweetie.
Hello, mother?
She's a Kitaki too?
Miss? Here, our flyer.
The Right Anything Agency?
Anything agency?
Yeah, do you like the new flyer? So, this is our offense attorney, Mr. Paulo Justice.
Attorney?
Drop by our office, we'll be waiting.
Goodbye.
That was weird, Trucy. Why didn't you give her our flyer?
I don't know, she seemed like she could use some help.
She's the heiress to a gangster dynasty. She doesn't need our help.
I wouldn't be so sure.
Okay. Maybe now we can see Phoenix again? She did seem troubled, yeah. Okay, Phoenix is finally back. Yo, how goes it?
Daddy, how do you feel?
Not bad, Trucy. Not bad. It's good to have you youngers on the case. Let's old daddy get some well-deserved R&R.
The elderly needs their rest.
Isn't he only 33? We've cleared up most of the cases. I was right about you. Competent? Capable. Tell me what you found out if you want to. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. 33 and elderly, yeah. People these days do think that people get way too old nowadays. Well, I certainly didn't expect you to be back this early.
Polly's amazing. He found my panties so quick. Almost like he was the one who stole them.
You have an interesting concept of praise. And? Did you find the mad driver who gave him that 30-foot toss? Apparently it was a doctor from the Maractus clinic. Maractus, eh? I've heard of him. Nothing good, mind you. That reminds me, a police car was parked outside the clinic.
Maybe something happened.
What is this Maractus clinic anyway? All I've heard are rumors. That clinic's been making good money. In a bad way. Of course. Bad. Ties to organized crime, the Kentucky family. The Kitaki family. He did that on purpose! Some injuries you can't take to a public hospital, see. They use a Maractus clinic from their patch-up jobs. Interesting.
It looked like something had happened in that park.
Ah, a body was found there in unusual circumstances. Something more unusual than being dead? It's not our concern in any case.
Right, let's ignore that and find that noodle stand.
Whatever happened to the professional curiosity? Thanks, really. If I get tired of sleeping, maybe I'll head down to this Maractus place. Maybe hit him up for some reparations. A little legal action will do me some good. I was wondering when I get paid. We solved the case of your accident and, found the missing article of clothing.
My panties!
That leaves the noodle stand. Feel free to drop in if you get stuck. I'd be happy to help with anything not involving money. Goodbye, quick pro quo. Hello, pro bono.
Right, back to the office to plan our next move.
Okay. I have a feeling the girl is gonna walk in. There she is. You're the woman from the Kitaki place. Yes.
I knew it! Something's the matter and you want our help, right? Well, you've come to the right place. This way, please.
Thank you. My name is Alita Tiala. I have a request. Your request? Let me guess, something's been stolen? Your flyer. It says, no defending, so I thought...
What? You mean you want me to defend you? Me? Maybe you can tell us what happened. Were you hit by a car? Did someone steal your stand? Or your panties?
No. I'm not the client, actually. The client would be my... well, my fiancé, I suppose you'd call him. Fiancé? What happened to him, then? He was arrested this morning. The charge was murder.
Murder?
Have you heard about what happened at the park?
What happened?
I have been told all the details. But I do know a body was found in the park. In the Kitaki mansion.
There were a lot of police cars there.
Apparently, the victim was shot with a pistol. But I hear the circumstances of the shooting were rather unusual. And your fiancé was arrested for this.
What sort of person is your fiancé?
So, what's your story? You frequent the Kitaki mansion, yes? Are you a member of their, organization? No, not yet.
Not yet.
You see, I'm to be married next month. To the boss's son. The boss's son? So he's a gangster. Yes, but the Kitakis are locally responsible gangsters. I thought it'd be nice for a change. Quit my boring job, live a good gangster life.
I think you're onto something.
No, he doesn't, Trissy.
Miss Kitaki. I like the sound of that.
I'm not sure your daddy would care much about that. Your fiancé is the Kitaki family's only son, correct? His name's Waki. Waki Kitaki. I brought a photo.
Aww.
Well, that's quite a photo. Good gangster life doesn't seem something that would work. Yeah. I know. Oh, he can be powerful and menacing, but so cute. But if he's a boss's only son, yes, I'm sure he'll take his father's place someday.
Say, I'm a boss already of this agency.
Please help my Waki, please. Right, my first solo defense case. Grand boss's son or not, I'll prove he's innocent. I prepared a letter of request. I know you need those. Okay.
Right, let's go check out the scene of the crime.
Alrighty then, let's move. Detention center. Let's go there first. There's probably nobody there.
Polly, you look as happy as a clam in this shell.
For a lawyer, this is it. The place where the battle begins. You need something? Ah, yes, we're attorneys. I was hoping we could see Mr. Waki Kitaki. Sorry, he's in questioning right now. Could take a while. Chat. Oh well, guess we'll have to come back later then. So much for that battle. Okay, then we'll go to the park first. That is, if we can access it now. I think so. So this is it. My first murder crime scene. Ah, it's you kids again. Look, can't you find some other place to play?
We're not playing. We're, investigating. Aren't we, Apollo?
Sir, I have a letter of request here. Letter of... Huh. Why does it say his request on it? Miss Yala must have used the Kitaki stationery. Excuse me, coming through. Ah, it's you, Mr. What? Mr. Gavin? Who is this guy? I must say, I'm used to being inspected by the ladies. But this is the first time I felt this way with a man. Excuse me? Excuse me? What? Mr. Gavin? Yeah, what is up with that? Fraulein, what a sweet morsel like you doing in such a dismal place. Can I help?
Yes. The policeman officer fellow won't let us in. We even have a letter of request.
You must be exhausted, standing out here. I will take you to the scene of the crime.
Oh, really?
By your leave, officer. Yes, sir! Of course, sir! Who is this man? Very well. This way, Fraulein.
Whee!
Wait.
Hey, what about me?
That's the noodle stand! On that note, enjoy your investigation.
Thank you. Will we see you again?
As the wind, Fraulein. I'll be riding on it. He seemed friendly enough. Who was that?
Apollo, look! A corpse!
What? Hey, it's just a mannequin.
Wow, it sure got me.
May I ask exactly what it is you're doing here?
Oh, it's Emma.
Oh, it's you. How did you kids get in here?
Oh, this guy. Well, he was more like a prince, really. He let us in.
Him again? That glimmerous fop, always getting in my way. Anyway, this scene is off limits. Excuse me? We have a letter of request. A moment. Why is she holding that big magnifying glass? Am I so great in this game? I'm so... Just looking at her makes me feel like a sense of pride. I'm so proud of her that she's actually working on crime scenes now as an actual scientific investigator. I'm so happy for her. I've recognized that handwriting anywhere. Scientific analysis says this was written by Alita Tiliala. Thanks. It took you 30 minutes to figure that out. So what's up with the mannequin there? It's taking the place of the body, preserving the scene of the crime as it was found. Ew! The body was pulling the stand. So, you're a defense attorney, are you? Detective Emma Sky. I'm in charge of this crime scene.
She doesn't seem that happy about it.
She doesn't seem that happy about many things. I trust you know how to stay out of the way.
I would carry 2 pairs of handcuffs, just in case.
Detective Sky. Quiet, please. It's snack time. Oh, I'm so hungry myself. She's not... Hello?
We're not making much progress here.
She must not be very busy. I never seem to get a lucky break. Back after 9 years and they won't give me the position I requested. And then I hear he gave up the defense attorney life. Oh, she's talking about Phoenix. He? Who's he? An ex-defense attorney? Detective Sky. Quiet, please. It's snack time.
We're not making much progress here.
If you could spare a moment to take a look at this. Can't you see that I'm extremely busy? Eating snacks, yes.
Busy eating snacks, I'd say.
Just going nowhere fast. I want to present Phoenix's profile, but I don't know how. Yeah, no, that's not it. Let me examine the crime scene then. Hello, man. Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. But we need to investigate. Investigations have to be carried out by professionals scientifically. not going to let us check out the crime scene, is she?
Hey, Apollo. My very unscientific analysis tells me something here is very suspicious.
I think I know what you mean. It's kind of hard not to notice. I better check out what we came here to find at least. The cards! Hey there, no messing with the crime scene. Well, we need to investigate.
Apollo, look! That stands!
It says I'll do. I've noticed. Well, we've solved the case of the missing stand at least. Though the circumstances could stand to be better. Okay. What's history? Oh, there are the tabs. Okay. I know who you're missing. Wait. I can't present profiles? That's absolutely horrible. Oops, what was that noise? Let's tell this guy I found his ramen, shall we?
Oh, Mr. Adun! Hello?
Looks like he left.
We found his stand and everything. What about that free bowl?
Oh, too bad. Looks like we'll have to wait a little longer for that bowl. So sorry.
Oh, what a bummer.
How do I present profiles in this game? This is... Hmm? This is going nowhere. Oh! Wait, I think I... No. Ah! I don't know what to do here. I am horrible. No. Oh, come on. How do I present this? It's not like... No. And he's also gone. Ah, you're back. Run into some problems?
Oh, Polly, didn't you want to tell Daddy something?
Ooh, me? No, I'm fine. Really. What's this? So there's a problem. No, no problem. Actually, I got a defense request. A defense request? That is a problem. Huh? I've given up the court. I'm not a lawyer anymore.
The request was for me!
Oh, right. You're a lawyer, aren't you?
He's doing that on purpose, I know it.
Do you know something about this phone? It's actually a relief to be so thoroughly ignored. So, what about this defense request? It's related to the murder in People Park, actually.
Guess what? We found Mr. Aldun's noodle stand at the scene of the crime.
Did you know? That's unusual indeed. Never heard of a noodle stand being used as a murder weapon. I think the murder weapon was something else. You mean you don't know what the murder weapon was?
That funny detective lady would let us at the scene. What kind of detective wears a lab coat anyway?
A lab coat? Didn't think she'd be involved with this. You know her. You could say that. The Sky connection. So you know her, don't you? I met her on a case. This was about 10 years ago. She was still a high school student at the time. That will make her about the same age as me.
That's my daddy. He knows all the police types. Oh wait, maybe you know the other guy too.
That other guy?
That shining prince on the motorcycle.
Prince.
Mysterious prince.
Apollo will tell me about this prince of Jersey's. Those are concerned.
Father!
He was at the crime scene. He looked just like Mr. Gavin. Did he know?
You know him?
My guess is he's Christoph Gavin's younger brother.
He has one of those?
His brother? We're acquaintances after a fashion. Clavier Gavin, rock and roll god incarnate.
What was he doing there? Clavier, what a lovely name. He's so dreamy.
I didn't know Mr. Gavin had a brother.
And what was he doing out there?
I have a feeling you'll be crossing paths again soon.
They look like twins, if so.
Yeah, they did. I'm very surprised. Now, what was the problem again? Having troubles investigating the crime scene in the park.
Yeah, that detective woman won't let us.
Go to the office. On the silk top hat, you'll find a bottle of white powder. Try taking that to this detective.
White powder?
I hope it's not what I think it is. Just take it to her. It'll be fine, you see. Oh, and tell her I said hi. Okay. Let's go back to the office. Wrong button.
Under the top hat.
Sweet powder. So this was the silk top hat Mr. Wright mentioned. Let's take a closer look.
Huh? Whoa! You know what this is, Juicy? I remember finding some in Daddy's dresser when I was little. I thought it was sugar, so I licked it. He got mad at me.
This is getting more and more suspicious.
Okay. Let's go talk to the detective. He's sure to know what that white powder is.
Okay. Here, lady. Does this ring any bells? Is that... It couldn't. Where did you get that? I brought it from the office. You work at the Videnco law offices, yes? Yeah, sort of.
Detective Sky, how do you know my daddy?
Daddy? I'm sorry. Who did you say you were?
Juicy Wright. Phoenix Wright's daughter.
What? Mr. Wright has a daughter?
You seem shocked.
Well, if you're Mr. Wright's daughter and you're his apprentice,
then I'm available to help you in any way I can.
Oh, thanks. You can start by not calling me Mr. Wright's apprentice.
This powder is used for detecting fingerprints.
Fingerprints? I like that everyone is surprised by that. I mean, it is kind of a whiplash, you know? I guess you might call it a memento from the time I spent with Mr. Wright. White powder memories. If you find any evidence with fingerprints on it, please let me know.
Well, that's for Prince.
Well, she's quite the eager beaver all of a sudden. The case. The report came late last night. The body was found much as you see it now. Except this was a real body. But why? Why was the body pulling in noodle stands? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't still be here. Well, what was the cause of death? A bullet wound to the temple. He was shot by a pistol.
A pistol?
Not the easiest thing to come by in this day and age. Unless you're a cop or a gangster. Incidentally, the victim's name was Palmeractus. I just received the autopsy report, in fact. Cause of death, single bullet to the right temple, June 14th after 10 p.m. I mean, really, what's up with this case? It's enough to make me want to run off pulling a mysterious noodle stand behind me.
Not so mysterious, actually. We should tell her, Apollo. After all, we know where the stand came from.
A likely story. I didn't come here to play games, you know. Actually, we do know where the noodle stand came from. This noodle stand's owner is Guy Eldoon. Who's the old guy? This is a proprietor of Eldoon's Noodles, Mr. Eldoon himself.
He's famous in this part of town.
Not bad. I guess Mr. Wright picked the right kids for the job. That saved me a lot of work. Thanks. The victim died pulling it.
What sort of person was the victim anyway?
You mean, what did he do? He was a doctor. A doctor? I'm starting to see a connection here. Who? Me? I'm just a supervisor for this crime scene. Detective Sky. I was out of the country for a while. I came back to be a forensic scientist.
Ooh, were you studying abroad?
Something like that. I was studying in Europe. Forensic sciences, mind you. But when I got back here, they threw me in a criminal affairs, just like that.
Why didn't you just become a forensics expert in Europe?
Well, I suppose that was an option, but I had a lot of favors to repay to people back here. Favors? Was she in high school when she left? What's that look for? I was involved in an incident before I left. But Mr. Wright and his people helped me out. I owed them.
Really? I had no idea.
If she's been out of the country for a while, she probably doesn't know about Mr. Wright's current state of affairs. Could you tell us a bit about the defendant? He's the only son of the Kitaki family, yes?
Waki Kitaki.
I don't know if he's the boss's son, but he's certainly throwing his weight around. Finally, in the detention center.
I see.
Why was he arrested in the first place? You are a defense attorney, aren't you? You're not his by any chance.
Actually, yes, I am.
Well, we have a witness to the moment of the crime.
Eh?
The witness called the police. They'll be testifying during the trial tomorrow.
What?
Could you tell us a bit more about the victim? Well, let's see. Apparently, he's the physician at a clinic in the area. Quite well off, too, from the sound of it. The clinic's name is the Maractus Clinic.
Maybe that's why the cop car was parked there.
What? You've been to the clinic?
Yeah, though on a related issue...
I told the detective about the case of the stolen noodle set. I see. So that means... Dr. Maractus stole the stand and pulled it all the way here. That would seem to be the case. But why?
Don't ask me.
Let's see if I can... He wanted to be a noodle kid.
Oh look, I love those little personal touches.
The shade I it on the bottle of the bowl. Huh? When I touched it on the paint flaked off.
He must have painted it on by hand with warm professional care.
He's buying the cheapest paint he could find with cold professional thrift.
It's the other Noodles mascot. Mr. Salty, he's so cute.
Not a very endearing mascot, is it?
You know, come to think of it, it looks a lot like you, Apollo. Especially the red parts.
Can I help it if I like red?
Fingerprint analysis is the very basis of modern forensic science. Doesn't just talking about it leave you breathless with excitement?
Oh yes, breathless. Actually, it does sound kind of interesting.
Let me know if you find any evidence I might have a printer too, alright?
This one?
I think you need more than just scientific help. But ask me anything you like. Just ask scientifically.
Let me use that on this thing. There's nothing here.
Huh? Look at this, Apollo. Miss Aldoon spelled his name backwards on his side.
I think that says noodle. As in Eldoon's noodles.
Oh, I get it. So the name of his store is the same whether you read it forward or backwards.
Yeah, I guess it would be. Well, except for the last S.
Then, how about a store called TuMiiA?
Close, but that would be TuMiiA backwards. And what kind of store is that?
Why, a store that sells meat. If it's not meat, unless it's TuMiiA. I don't know what to do.
Does the panties have prints on it? Okay. Can I talk to the defendants already? No. Nope. I have no idea what to do. This is so exhausting. Is that a cat up there? Hi. I don't think that's much needed. I think we really need to swap out those slippers again. Oh my gosh, the slippers are just gone forever? Seriously? Aww. That's sad. Okay, now we can examine the crime scene, I guess. This mannequin is dressed up to look a lot like a police officer. I seen one at the station. Mannequin in the place of a body. Body of the victim has already been removed.
Do you think the victim was a noodle stand thief?
What, you think someone killed him because he stole it?
Yeah! Taking care of business, Little Plum Kitaki style.
Try not to sound too eager about that, please. And this is Mr. Aldoon's noodle stand, obviously.
It does say Aldoon in big letters, doesn't it?
And the marks on his paper lantern there looks familiar.
It's gonna be a little weird telling him what with the corpse and all.
Anyway, that wraps up 3 of our cases.
That's right! Congratulations, Apollo!
That leaves us with 1 case that's worse than all 3 put together. Murder. Blue tarps have been placed on the ground around the stand.
Apollo, I bet the victim was going to have a picnic here.
I guess he could have been eating all the noodles he wanted. Don't touch those. Those are preserving the crime scene. Oh, I guess the police put those tarps here after all. Nothing else. Uphole. Benches line the river running through the park.
Little urban oasis. I bet children come here to splash around in the water.
The river's a little deep for splashing and a little dirty.
Well, they could listen to the water and pretend they were playing.
Okay. Oops, I dropped a bottle. Sorry. I don't know. Label reads fingerprint powder in some strange language.
How do we know for sure? What if this is really a jar for something else, like jam or honey?
Why would anyone go through the trouble?
Well, so the police don't find out, that's why.
I don't think possessing fingerprint powder is a crime.
Oh, huh, I guess. That's boring.
Why did Mr. Mervactus die like this? Pulling a noodle stand, very strange. Inconceivable. I just don't get it. Some people just can't die normally.
He's dead. Give him a break.
Can we now speak to the defendant? Or like the noodle guy at least? No. I don't know what to do. No, still nothing. I still need to do something with Emma and I don't know what. Such a long trek back, jeez. No. Nope. That's for Princess like she asked or something. Yeah, but I don't know the prompt for it. Options? No. No clues here. It's just the headlight. Autoplay? What is autoplay? Examine fingerprints to detect and match prints. Maybe Phoenix can give you some clue or like help. Yeah, I think that's the best move here as well. I have no idea what to do. Do you have any tips? Well, do we have any leads? One moment.
Alakazam! Alakazing!
Whoa, where did all this evidence come from? So what happens next?
That's it. It's pretty neat, huh?
Yeah, neat. Attorney's badge and the map. Is that an identity number? There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Ah, cute. And what is up with the map? Maractus Clinic, Rights Office. I've marked the location of the accident on your map. Find a criminal who knocked me into that telephone pole. Okay. What's that? Looks strangely familiar. How could you not recognize an attorney's badge? It's been 7 years. I've forgotten a lot of things. Guess some 7 years are longer than others. It's actually a relief to be so thoroughly ignored. Show her. Still no one in the detention center? No. Ugh. Ah, an attorney's badge. It reminds me of when Mr. Wright was still defending. Everything I have now is thanks to him. Remember, help as many people as you can. That's your job.
She's right, Polly. Let's make a difference.
Is something wrong? No, nothing. I actually felt inspired for a moment there. The map. Something with a badge and the map? I have no idea what to do. What is in the garage? This car belongs to someone at the Maractus Clinic and it hit Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright sprained his ankle and the car lost the side view mirror. This car versus Mr. Wright. Oh my gosh, Asteroid's Hair 865. Thank you very much for following. You are now a polka dot. A ladder. Look, it's a folding ladder.
Polly, that's called a step ladder. Come on.
A step ladder? How is that different from a regular ladder?
It's a much more complex piece of machinery.
Rosenthal Knight.
Aw, thank you very much for following as well.
2 in a row. Oh my god, it is a raid. What the? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. The Shadow Raid has arrived to give you a helping hand. Thank you. Easy, hi. Aw, thank you very much, everyone. My name is TuMiiA. But everyone calls me Mia. I play whatever games I like. Prof Kai 214. Welcome to the stream as well. You have to look past the form at the essence of the thing.
Can we talk about something else?
Yeah. At the moment, I'm kind of stuck. Thank you very much for following as well. Yeah, the pants is... It's... I need... At the point, I need to, like... examine some evidence or something. It is a stepladder indeed. I'm like at this point, but... She says I need to examine something with fingerprints, but I have no idea how. I have the thing right here. I just... I've shown her everything, so... Let's examine the paint on this house. I haven't examined that yet. Several colors of paint have been splashed across the gate. It's almost all dry. This is going to be tough to clean. Colorful dragon turns his baleful gaze in my direction. Say, abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Don't worry, Mr. Dragon. Me and Hope haven't been on speaking terms. What? Wow, Apollo. Sheesh. They're not letting anyone into the crime scene. The guard at the entrance is humming a song. He's got rhythm, actually. Maybe he plays in the band. We finished the last one. We are now at the last game thing. I think it was Apollo Justice, the special one. Ooh, you've gone far already. I've just started. And I'm stuck. I need something. Anything to cling on to. Up. There was something. Trash can. There's got to be a good clue or two around here.
You're the trash cans. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
Please, can't you see I'm doing my... Huh? Oh my freaking god. Was it that obvious? Look, another pair of... No.
Wow, Apollo, you're a genius at fighting.
Jeez. Stop saying that. Wait, these aren't... Everything to Shiva. Thank you very much for following as well. Oh my gosh, I think we've reached over 60 followers. Thank you very much, guys. Just forgot about this. They're not mine. Could these have been stolen too? Found in the trash can at People's Park. Distinctive bloomers, to say the least. Oh no. What now? If now something shows up, I will be very... Nah. If someone now does show up, I will be very upset. The funny... Can we go back to the house? Which house? Eldoon's house. The mansion. Okay. Hello! An impressive gate befitting the Kitaki mansion.
Look at the nameplate, Kitaki. That's so cool, short and blunt like any good gangster. Ooh, let's change our name. How about WAA? Maybe that's too short and blunt. What do you think?
No comments. Aw. The only place that has like a spark of life in it where you have to go is here. You enjoy this series. I am suffering in not knowing what to do. Those are leaves. As we go around doing VA and trash talking the characters. Oh my god! It's a knife! A shiv, to be precise.
Ooh, lingo!
The defendant, Waki Kitaki, is the son of a known gangster. The police are assuming this belongs to him. Wait, wasn't that the murder weapon a pistol? Oh, look at this! There's a handprint on it. Oh my freaking god! A handprint? Then there might be a fingerprint.
Let's investigate.
Okay, here we go. Why did it take me so long to find this?
Right, first choose the fingerprint you want to examine.
Choose a fingerprint.
Look closely at the handle.
Yes, that's the most pronounced one. See, there's more than one fingerprint here.
Those black spots?
That's right. Pick the one you want to analyze. That one. Right, let's get detecting. Wow, she's practically glowing with excitement. First, sprinkle some aluminum powder over the prints. With a press of space, like this. The oil left by the print absorbs the aluminum powder, so you just dust it on and blow it off.
Blow?
It's like whistling. You know how to whistle, don't you? Just use R and...
Wow, amazing! It's like magic.
Isn't it though? Right, let's give it a shot. Incidentally, it's important that you cover the entire fingerprint with the powder. I want to stay long, but I have to go to sleep. No worries. Thank you very much for coming by, everyone. It's been a blast. Thank you very much for the followers as well.
Good. Clear. Quite impressive.
It's midnight like pain. Go get some sleep, everyone. It's fine.
Next, to match the print. The police officer samples as you can tell whose fingers this print belongs to.
That doesn't sound like as much fun as actually finding the prints. Okay.
Okay, pick the person whose print you think this is. You probably have a good idea whose knife this is already. Yeah. Yep.
Analyze. I don't need to go, it's only 12:36 p.m. here. Oh, okay. Have a great stream, Miss Mia, and you know you can do it. It's a really fun game. Don't give up.
Thank you.
So the fingerprints do belong to the defendant.
Yes, isn't it amazing?
Ah, the power of science. It's my life.
Apollo's, you're sparkling.
And I'm dimming. Look sharp, spirits up. The real fight is yet to come.
Chin up, Polly.
The trial hasn't even started and I'm already losing. Okay.
So, have you met the defendant?
Oh, finally I can meet the defendant! No. Visiting hours are almost over at the detention center. You might think about wrapping up here and heading over. Good idea. I don't know what good this will do. We have a witness and a knife with prints. Don't mention I've got a bad feeling about this.
Don't worry, it's like a right tradition.
Some traditions I can live without. Okay, now the music died. I can move someplace else, finally. Oh, I clicked wrong. No! So eager to leave already. From here, I can go to the detention center. Finally! I can meet my defendant. I'm sorry, meeting hours for the day are all done. But we still have 3 minutes! I'll put in your request, but don't expect anything. The father's talking in the private room with him.
The father? You mean like a priest?
I mean the suspect's father, Mr. Winfred Big Winsky Taki himself. Not someone I care to be— Die, you! You're the one on your way out, oh!
Drama?
Ah, they're here. Hello? Whoa, this guy radiates power. Power with a cute apron? You Waki's lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Big Winsky Taki, 4th head of the Kitaki family. Capiche? Hi, Napsy. Happy you're back. What have you missed?
Nothing much. I was, wandering around aimlessly for a bit.
Actually, I came to speak to your son. Don't mention the Palace Pikachu, no! Mr. Justice.
Yes?
My son's innocent. He killed no one. If he were to be found guilty, it wouldn't be good. Capiche?
Yes, I'm all about capiche. Capiche loud and clear, sir.
Gotta do more than just understand to make it. You'll learn, though. Even if the last lesson comes at the end of your short life. I don't feel so good.
What's the big idea, old man? You can't treat me like a kid no more. Not now. You know, I wanted to go to the clink. I like it here.
You must be Waki.
And J's on a G till he does hard time, boy. Or, you'll see. When I get out of here, things will change. Silence! What? My apologies, Mr. Justice. He's usually such a nice boy.
Forgive me if I have a hard time believing that. Ha! You can't take me under your wing this time, old man. You heard me! I don't need no trial! I did it!
I think that's enough for today, Mr. Justice. Don't let me down tomorrow.
I won't, sir.
So much for talking to our clients.
But we made so much progress today! We even found my panties! I had fun, at least.
Of course, the biggest mystery of all remains.
How am I supposed to build a case for the trial?
Oh, poor Apollo.
Oh, almost forgot. It's time for my show. Tonight I'm performing at the Wonder Bar. You should come check it out.
I's the Unknown Ranger. I almost didn't recognize you because I was so tired. Oh my gosh. Well, with this, we'll end for today. Oh my gosh. This is just the most insane. This is a great beginning. A raid right off the bat? This is amazing. Oh, all those notifiers like, hey, this is all the followers you've had today. It's like 4. It's amazing. The Great Trilogy starts great. Yeah, this case is very fun. Well, it didn't leave as much of an impression on me because there were 2 pennies and Director Hari has infiltrated another hospital. Oh, this case is gonna be fun. Okay, alrighty then. Then we'll end it for today.
The next stream shall be on Sunday.
Court is much more fun. Yeah, I agree too. I shouldn't have gotten lost today, but what can you do? Anyway, thank you very much for watching, everyone, and I will see you next time.